Chapter 2018. Ji Wei and the others circled around the lava and advanced carefully. A saint had appeared here. There might be a second one. They had to be careful. Time went back to when Zichen had fallen into the giant mouth. As a spectator, Black Dragon had already noticed that Zichen was speeding up and was a little strange. His body sank quickly as if there was a giant rock tied to his body. The heavy force, along with the suction and the saint's pressure, made Zichen know that there was no way he could escape, so he chose to save Qing Feng. As for Eric, he was of a different race. Zichen naturally would not save him. After entering the lava mouth, Zichen did not touch the lava. Instead, he kept falling as if he had entered a strange space. Haha, after I devour the two of you, I might be able to leave. The saint's voice sounded again, sounding very excited. Zichen heard the words "I'm God." As he fell, his expression immediately changed. Above Zichen's head, Eric, who was also falling, had already fainted. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He was the unluckiest. After exploding his heavenly weapon, the terrifying power almost completely enveloped him. It looked like he was about to commit suicide. As he fell, the saint's pressure grew stronger and stronger. It was accompanied by a suffocating aura. Before Zichen could turn around to see what was below, something suddenly appeared beside him. It was an ancient scabbard. Zichen's sword drawing technique had come from. This scabbard had always been with Zichen. It used to be Zichen's trump card, but as he entered the heaven realm, the scabbard lost its use. All the heavenly blades that Zichen had could not be compatible with this scabbard. The two seemed to be incompatible. At this moment, the scabbard appeared out of control. After it appeared, the scabbard released a beam of energy that enveloped Zichen's body. Then, it forced Zichen to change direction. Zichen only felt a blur in front of his eyes before his body landed on the ground. The light barrier formed by the scabbard had yet to be removed, but the pressure from the surroundings caused one's heart to palpitate. Bang! Before Zichen could check his surroundings, he heard a loud noise. Raising his head to look at the source of the noise, Zichen saw Eric's body floating in the air, motionless. On his body, waves of energy appeared from within his body and fell downwards. Suddenly shaking his head, Zichen looked through the light shield of the scabbard and looked around. This was an independent space. This space was completely sealed off, and it was very dark. Looking around, a faint red light flashed from time to time, adding a sense of mystery and oppression to this space. Dong! Dong! As he gradually got used to it, a heavy vibration was transmitted into Zichen's mind. This vibration had a strange rhythm, like that of a beating heart. Its frequency was gradually changing, until it finally matched the frequency of Zichen's heartbeat. That thumping sound was like the beating of his heart. This space was very strange. It constantly twisted, and Zichen could not see through it. He could not see what this place looked like. All he could see was darkness. At the same time, this strange rhythm seemed to be filled with an indescribable temptation. It pushed Zichen forward, as if he was trying to find the source of this sound. As Zichen moved forward, the sound of the heartbeat became faster and faster. Where is that saint? Where is Eric? Zichen was confused because he realized that he could not see through this dark space. He could not even see Eric, who he had been able to see earlier. He was certain that he was completely awake, but he felt as if he had become blind. He tried to release energy and use the golden light to illuminate his surroundings, but it was useless. After the golden light passed through the light shield of the scabbard, it was absorbed by the darkness and could not illuminate his surroundings. At that moment, Zichen felt as if he had lost all his senses. The only thing he could hear was the beating of his heart, which was getting faster and faster. Zichen thought that he was awake, but in reality, he was in a half-awake state. His thoughts were normal, but all his actions were subconscious. He did not listen to orders at all as he foolishly walked forward. The scabbard started to vibrate, and the light that covered Zichen's body became brighter. Rays of light spread through the light shield. The dark surroundings gradually became a bit brighter. Taking advantage of this light, Zichen looked ahead. He saw a huge blood-red sphere that looked like magma. The sphere was contracting and expanding, and it made thumping sounds that sounded like a beating heart. Every time the sphere shrank and expanded, there would be some blood-colored fire-like energy spreading in all directions. Seeing this strange scene, Zichen was a little curious. His consciousness had reconnected with his body and he stopped. After that, he saw the full appearance of the sphere. His pupils suddenly shrank, because it was not a sphere at all, but a real heart. It was very large in size, but at that moment, it was floating there alone, beating powerfully. Where is the saint? Zichen was completely awake. He looked around. At that moment, a huge face suddenly appeared on the surface of the beating heart. The face rushed directly toward Zichen. As it rushed forward, it opened its mouth as if to swallow Zichen. It was the saint. Zichen's expression changed drastically, and his body subconsciously retreated. However, the speed at which he retreated was very slow. His consciousness reconnected with his body, but it was still not very coherent. The face rushed up almost instantly. Zichen tried to use the heaven-defying energy in his body to attack the face, but he found that after the energy passed through the light barrier, it dissipated and could not form an attack. Just as the face was about to swallow him, a transparent light barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. This light barrier was not formed by the scabbard. Instead, it was like a barrier that blocked the two sides. Bang! The face slammed into the barrier, causing a second sound to ring out in this space. Just as this figure rang out, Zichen suddenly felt as if he had been startled awake, and the speed at which he retreated became even faster. After retreating a few steps, Zichen put a lot of distance between him and the face. Following this, the scene in front of him changed. A faint light appeared in the dark space. Through the light, Zichen saw a transparent space in front of him. In that space, there was a heart that was beating vigorously. Above the heart, Eric, who had previously been invisible, appeared again. However, he was still unconscious, and the energy in his body was still being absorbed by the heart below. The banging sounds were still ringing out. It was the sound of the face rushing forward. More accurately, every time the face rushed forward, a barrier would appear and block it. As the face retreated, the barrier would automatically disappear. Damn things, let's see how long you can trap me. The face raised its head, looked up, and cursed. At that moment, Zichen's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. If not for the scabbard's warning, he would have walked into the heart and been swallowed by the face. Zichen looked up and saw that above the heart, there were two objects, one black and one white, floating. The black object was a broken long sword. The body of the long sword had some fine markings. The markings looked very complicated, as if they were one whole entity. It had only broken halfway. On the opposite side of the saber, there was a white sphere. The sphere emitted a gentle light, causing the dark space to become slightly brighter. Zichen had already tested it. The golden light in his body could not light up this space, but the white light from the orb could. Evidently, it was not an ordinary object. Every time the face rushed forward, the broken longsword and the orb would give off a ray of light. The rays of light fused in the air and formed a barrier, blocking the face. Seeing this, Zichen was completely stunned. Evidently, the orb and the broken longsword were some kind of seal. At that moment, they were sealing the heart and the face. From the aura Zichen had sensed earlier, the face definitely had the strength of a saint. However, these two things could seal a saint, which showed how extraordinary they were. Damned things. When I get out, I'll take care of the two of you first. The face raised its head and looked at the two objects. After cursing for a while, it looked at Zichen again. Its empty eyes were flashing with scarlet flames. It said to Zichen, "Little guy, what are you waiting for? You saw that I'm trapped. Let me out. I'm a god. You're a god." The shocked Zichen looked at the face and cried out involuntarily, "I am a heavenly deity. When you see this heavenly deity, you must kneel and greet me. Right now, time is of the essence. This heavenly deity will not bicker with you. You merely need to release this heavenly deity," that face said impatiently. Zichen didn't answer immediately. At this moment, he was obviously very shocked. As far as he knew, The strongest existence seemed to be at the level of a great saint. As for the so-called God, it was the first time he had heard of it. Hurry up and let me out. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I see that you haven't become a saint yet. When I come out, I'll reward you with a piece of saint crystal and a few drops of saint blood. I'll let you break through to the saint realm in minutes. Zi-Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He was pleasantly surprised and immediately asked, "How should I let you out?" At this moment, Yu was obviously disrespectful, causing the face to be slightly dissatisfied. However, for the sake of freedom, he didn't care about trifles and directly said, "Do you see that broken long sword above? Go and pull it out. Then you'll be fine. It's that simple." Zi-Chen was stunned. Is it that simple? Only the person holding the scabbard can pull out this broken long sword. If it's someone else, even a saint can't pull it out. Oh, there's such a thing. Okay, stop being so long-winded. Hurry up and take the broken long sword. When the time comes, I won't forget to reward you. The face looked very impatient. Okay, I'll go now. After he finished speaking, Zi-Chen's figure soared into the sky. His face was also looking at Zi-Chen, while an indescribable flame flickered in his deep eye sockets. The thumping sound of his heart also became faster and faster, like the beating of a drum. Hehe, I'm finally going to be free. When I'm free, the face proudly fantasized about what would happen after he escaped, but soon he was stunned to find that Zi-Chen had landed again and was looking at him with a playful expression. Chapter 2019. Little guy, what do you mean by this? Zi-Chen's mocking expression made the face very unhappy, but considering its own situation, it suppressed its anger and did not immediately get angry. Zi-Chen shook his head and said seriously, "You were ready to devour me, but now you want me to let you out. I can't agree to that. How dare you make fun of me? You are being disrespectful to me. Do you know where I come from?" An angry voice came from the face, and then a strong aura came from the front, filling the small space. At this moment, the scabbard was still protecting Zi-Chen, but even so, the strong pressure still penetrated the light shield and fell on Zi-Chen, making Zi-Chen have the urge to kneel down and kowtow. Golden light shone, and Zi-Chen resisted the pressure with difficulty. Seeing Zi-Chen's pale face, the face seemed quite satisfied, and then said, "Little guy, your realm is too low. If I had not been sealed, a little guy like you would not even be worthy to carry my shoes. Now, I will give you a chance to become a saint. As long as you let me out, I will guarantee that you will become a saint in an instant." As the face spoke, the heart behind it was still beating, but it did not deliberately maintain the heartbeat frequency of Zi-Chen. Every time the heart beat, a red light would escape. The light was not limited by the light shield, and after penetrating the shield, it disappeared. Zi-Chen's gaze fell on the red light. Looking at the familiar light and the faint feeling of heat in the space, his face suddenly changed, and he guessed a possibility, and said involuntarily, "This is the magma from the outside world." The red light that spread out was very similar to the magma after decomposition. In other words, the source of the magma that spewed out of the ground might be this beating heart. Little guy, your observation is very sharp. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. If your realm was higher, you would be able to sense the energy contained in the magma. Of course, if you were a saint, you would not be able to come here, the face said. Why? Why can't saints come here? This is a formation that specifically targets saints. Once a saint reaches this place, the saint force in their body will constantly drain away. Once the saint force completely disappears, their life force will drain away until they die. Hearing the confident words, Zi-Chen's expression changed. The array here was specifically targeted at saints. Heaven Realm experts could enter safely, but before that, Heaven Realm experts had to pass through the slaughtering Heaven Cave. Only saints could pass through that place. Saints would die if they entered, and Heaven Realm experts would die if they couldn't enter. Clearly, this was a true land of death. In this world, perhaps only a supreme treasure like the shield could help a Heavenly Realm expert reach this place smoothly. Most importantly, there were fragments of other shields here. Then, could there be some kind of hidden meaning in all of this? Zi-Chen was puzzled and puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of another possibility. Since the saint's saint power would continue to flow away in this place, wouldn't it be the same as the heart in front of him? Since even a saint could die here, but this heart had existed for tens of thousands of years and was still beating strongly, still surging with energy, then this heart must be extraordinary. Zichen's expression changed. He shook his head and said, "No, I can't let you out, because if you come out, the heart may come out. The magma outside should be caused by it. This is an uncontrollable factor. I'm afraid you won't be able to stop it. Haha, silly boy, this heart is this God of heaven, and this God of heaven is this God of heaven's heart. If it weren't for those two pieces of trash above my head, it would be impossible for this mere formation to trap this God of heaven." The face laughed complacently. As expected. Although he had expected this, Zichen's heart still trembled when he heard the face say it. The heart had only transformed into a face, but it already had the pressure of a saint. How powerful was it? He was afraid that the moment he appeared, he would be killed by the heart. "Little boy, quickly let me out. I'll help you break through to the saint realm. Without my help, you can forget about becoming a saint for the rest of your life," the face urged. Zichen shook his head and said again, "It's still not possible. If I let you out now, once I become a saint, the formation here will kill me. Instead of dying like that, it's better to live like this. You stupid brat, this formation was set up for this heavenly God. The core of the formation is these two pieces of trash. As long as you take away those broken blades, this heavenly God will naturally be able to break out of the formation. Once this formation is broken, the formation will naturally disperse." Zichen nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then I'm relieved." While speaking, Zichen leaped up again. It seemed that he was going to break the formation, but before the face could breathe a sigh of relief, it saw Zichen stop again. "Little boy, what's wrong with you?" When he saw that Zichen had stopped moving again, there was an obvious hint of anger in his tone and expression. "No, it's still not possible. Although I believe in your strength, breaking into the saint realm is no small matter. It requires a great opportunity. I don't believe that you can help me break through." Hearing Zichen's questioning tone, the face trembled with anger. After cursing fiercely in its heart, it said to Zichen again, "Little boy, I'm a god. Why would I deceive you? Not to mention that you just want to become a saint. If this God is willing, it won't be difficult for you to become a great saint." Become a great saint? Zichen was stunned. Obviously, he was thinking about how much credibility there was in these words. After a while, Zichen looked at the face and said, "Although I want to believe you, words are not enough. Boy, you've gone too far. Do you want this God to sign a contract for you?" The face's voice was a little colder. "That's not necessary. Didn't you just say that there's some essence blood? Why don't you let me try first? If I can really become a saint, then I'll naturally do my best to help you get out of here." Zichen's face revealed a flattering smile. In the depths of the face's eye sockets, flames were dancing, and it was suppressing its killing intent. "Don't worry, God. As long as I can get benefits, it's too easy to let you go. Not to mention this broken blade, even if it's that ball, I'll take it together." "Mph, you can't take that ball. If it weren't for this scabbard, you wouldn't even be qualified to take this broken blade. Boy, I'll believe you one more time. Now, I'll give you a drop of God's essence blood. I'll let you, a frog at the bottom of a well, take a good look at the big world. Then I'll have to trouble you, God." Zichen's face clearly showed a look of surprise. At this moment, the heart suddenly trembled, and then a drop of golden liquid appeared from the heart and slowly floated to this side. Through the light shield, Zichen could still feel that the liquid contained a surge of energy. The liquid came to where the face was and continued to move forward. Then, Zichen saw the ball tremble, and a light fell, turning into a barrier to block the golden liquid. Seeing the barrier, Zichen's expression changed slightly. He guessed that the energy couldn't come out. The golden liquid was blocked by the barrier, but it didn't bounce back. Instead, it stuck to the barrier. Then, Zichen saw the golden liquid decompose into a gaseous state, penetrating the barrier, and appearing from the other side. With the appearance of the gaseous energy, Zichen immediately felt that this space was filled with a pure and vast aura. What a pure aura. Looking at the golden energy, Zichen couldn't help but exclaim. The speed of the energy penetrating the light shield wasn't fast, and it was relatively slow. Zichen suspected that this was intentional, and he didn't dare to rashly move forward at this moment. After a long time, almost half of the drop of liquid came out, turning from a gaseous state to a liquid state, and the other half came back. Looking at Zichen's slightly stunned expression, the face said in a muffled voice, "Little guy, it's not that I'm stingy, but because of the restriction, I can only pass through half of it. Now, feel it first." Zichen nodded, and then released a spiritual thought. After this spiritual thought left the light shield protected by the scabbard, it began to tremble, as if it had entered a hurricane, and it began to waver. The pressure here is too strong. If it weren't for the scabbard, you wouldn't even be able to stand. Your spiritual thought is too weak to pass through here. You have to come forward, the face said. Zichen's spiritual thought couldn't be condensed at all, and it dissipated in an instant. His face turned slightly pale, and then he carefully moved forward until he was less than a meter away from the face. At this moment, the two of them were less than a meter apart, but there was a barrier between them. It was so close that it felt like the end of the world. Zichen's spiritual thought naturally reached out, and on the surface of the light shield, it enveloped the half drop of golden liquid, and then forcibly pulled it into the light shield. Looking at the half drop of liquid in his hand, Zichen's spiritual thought fell on it, and he carefully examined it to see if the other party had done anything to it. He didn't find any spiritual thought fluctuations from it. This was a very pure and high-level energy, much more powerful than his current heaven-defying energy. Although it was only half a drop, it gave people a feeling of vastness. "Little guy, I won't harm you. Hurry up and try to refine it." Looking at Zichen's careful look, the face was somewhat dissatisfied and urged him. After confirming that there was indeed no abnormality, Zichen looked at the face, nodded, and smiled gratefully. Then, he took more than 10 steps back, widening the distance between them, and began to absorb the half drop of golden liquid. The light trembled, and the liquid entered Zichen's body, instantly turning into a surge of pure energy. This energy was like a roaring wave, and it angrily rushed to every part of Zichen's body. Seeing that Zichen had indeed begun to refine the energy, the face smiled coldly, and then kindly reminded Zichen, "Little guy, the level of this energy is too high, too pure, and too powerful. You have to be careful. Don't burst your body before you can absorb the energy." Chapter 2020. Zichen's eyes were closed, and he couldn't speak at all. That was because this half drop of liquid had instantly turned into a vast ocean that filled Zichen's body. This energy was completely uncontrollable. Some entered his body, some passed through his meridians and rushed to abdomen, and some went straight to his sea of consciousness. This energy was very terrifying and violent, but it was also very pure. If it was just a little bit, it would be a supreme treasure, a great opportunity. But if it was too much, it would be completely uncontrollable. It might even cause his body to explode. It would be a disaster. Zichen had been very careful before because he was afraid that the other party would play tricks. The conversation between the two of them had just been some kind of exchange of benefits. If the heart wanted to escape, it needed Zichen's help. And Zichen was taking advantage of this opportunity to learn more about the situation here. In the end, Zichen had also taken advantage of this opportunity to extort the other party's half-drop of Heaven God Essence blood. But who would have thought that this half-drop of Heaven God Essence blood would instantly turn into a vast ocean of energy after entering Zichen's body? This energy was already uncontrollable when it entered his body. It began to run amok in his body. Zichen's face began to twitch. This was caused by intense pain. In addition to the pain in his body, his sea of consciousness was also being attacked by this violent energy that wanted to destroy Zichen's soul. At this moment, Zichen had no time to think about whether this was intentional or not. Right now, he could only guide this surging energy to resolve the crisis of his body exploding. The best way was naturally to disperse it outside his body and then slowly refine and absorb it. But now, this energy had completely filled his body. It was like a roaring sea. It was obviously impossible to expel it. If Zichen had the ability to expel it, Then he would have the ability to refine it. Since he couldn't drive it away, he could only guide it. He had to guide the energy to a certain place. It was like forcibly opening up a hole in the roaring sea and letting the energy flow out through the hole. At this moment, the only place where Zichen could withstand the raging sea was his own world. Although this world could not be opened due to the restriction of this place and could not allow the energy to flow back in an instant, this inseparable connection with the world was enough to allow Zichen to open a small gap in his own world and allow the energy to flow in. Buzz. Enduring the intense pain, Zichen's consciousness passed through his body, passing through the meridians that had been overloaded with energy, and finally sank into abdomen. Then, the entire abdomen began to rotate, and a black hole gradually appeared. Within that black hole, there was also a strong suction force. Under the guidance of this suction force, the originally violent energy seemed to have found a gap. All of it converged towards Zichen's abdomen, then followed the black hole in abdomen and entered Zichen's world. The area of Zichen's world was almost infinite. It could allow this energy to wreak havoc. Although a gap had been found, Zichen's expression was still incomparably painful as the energy surged. The golden light that shone around his body was also intermittent, and could dissipate at any time. How could this god's energy be so easy to refine? Looking at the painful Zichen, his face was cold and sinister. Then, a drop of golden liquid floated out from his beating heart. This liquid immediately arrived in front of the barrier and began to decompose. Traces of energy passed through the barrier and entered the space where Zichen was. Although this speed was still very slow, it was nearly 10 times faster than when he demonstrated in front of Zichen. Clearly, this face had been reserved in front of Zichen for a long time. When the liquid passed through the barrier, the face raised his head and looked at the half-broken blade. The hollow face distorted as if it was filled with fear. Finally, he looked back at Zichen and coldly said, "Forget it. I'll make you explode first, then I'll let my thoughts pass." Just as the face was doing this, above the heart, the unconscious Eric had completely lost his life force. Energy continuously appeared from his body and was absorbed by the beating heart. At this moment, Eric, the heart, and the face were all in the same space. From this, it could be seen that this barrier was only a one-way seal. It prevented the face from rushing out, but it did not prevent people from rushing in. If Zichen had not woken up due to the warning of the scabbard, he would have already walked into the space in front of him and died. Zichen's face was still in pain. The light on his body dimmed, and even his aura became unstable. This is the result of being greedy. Little thing, you want to cheat this god. You think it's that easy? Looking at Zichen's pained expression, the face sneered with satisfaction. Although he had a good chat with Zichen, he did not believe that Zichen would really save him. In the beginning, he did not expect this scheming guy to save him. He only wanted to save himself. After you die, I'll devour you and get your scabbard. Then I'll be able to leave. Originally, even if he devoured Zichen, he did not have full confidence that he could escape. However, after seeing the scabbard in Zichen's hand, he became very confident. As long as he got the scabbard, the broken blade would no longer be a threat to him. He would be able to escape with a little effort. Yes, since there's a chance to escape, then I can't let any accidents happen. The other side of the formation can be closed. Otherwise, at the critical moment, those little things will rush in, and that will be troublesome. The murmuring voice sounded again. The face directly soared into the sky. At the same time, its heart was beating violently. A powerful energy was transmitted to the face. The face roared and rushed towards the barrier above. The barrier was extended infinitely. Just like that, the face rushed up with the barrier. Buzz. The broken blade that had been motionless all this time suddenly trembled. A bright blade light rushed out from the broken blade and slashed towards the face in the sky. Ah, damn it. As the blade light swept past, a scream came from above. Then, the face quickly fell and heavily smashed down. Its aura became weak, as if it was seriously injured. As expected, the price to pay for actively shutting down the array formation isn't too high. In the original setting, this was considered to be suicide. The face smiled proudly and looked at Zichen again. It saw that Zichen's expression was still very painful. At this time, almost half of the golden liquid had passed through. Let's do this first. The other half withdrew, and the energy that passed through condensed into half a drop of golden liquid. Then, it rushed towards Zichen and merged with Zichen's body. Without a doubt, an ocean appeared in Zichen's body again. It was a turbulent ocean, and also a pure and extraordinary ocean energy. Hee. Looking at the new energy entering Zichen's body, the face smiled proudly. Then, 2 drops of golden liquid gushed out from its heart. These 2 drops of golden liquid fell on the barrier at the same time and then broke down, preparing to forcibly pass through. With this drop, he should be dead for sure. Looking at Zichen's body trembling and showing more and more pain, the face smiled proudly. Zichen's body trembled more and more violently. Cold sweat kept appearing on his forehead, and soon, his whole body was wet. The scabbard was still suspended above Zichen's head, releasing light to resist the pressure around Zichen. However, it was of no help to Zichen's current crisis. After all, it's just an unconscious thing. Glancing at the scabbard, the face smiled mockingly. From the face's point of view, Zichen's expression was naturally more and more painful, but he did not fall down. He said in surprise, "This little thing, I didn't expect it to be so persistent." However, no matter how strong his willpower is, it is impossible to refine so much energy in an instant. Sooner or later, his body will explode. Just as he was speaking, half of the 2 drops of golden liquid had passed through and then turned into a drop of golden divine blood essence, rushing towards Zichen. This was a complete drop of divine blood essence. After entering Zichen's body, it exploded with a bang. Boom! A loud sound came from Zichen's body. Then, a wave of air spread out in all directions, with Zichen as the center. Under the influence of this wave of air, the light shield formed by the scabbard began to tremble. Haha, this kid is definitely going to die. The face laughed proudly, as if he could see the violent energy in Zichen's body that had already gone out of control. This energy was constantly attacking, and it was just one step away from making Zichen explode and destroying his soul. 2 drops of divine blood essence, he is definitely going to die. The face was very confident. But was it really so? At this moment, Zichen's body was trembling more and more violently. However, it was not because of pain, but because of excitement. Compared to so much pure energy, enduring this little bit of pain was nothing. He was still very worried now. Once he absorbed this energy, how could he deceive the other party, and what method should he think of to get more divine blood essence? He did not expect that there would be more divine blood essence injected into his body. Zichen did not need to worry about this problem at all. Now, what Zichen needed to do was to work hard to make himself look like he was in great pain. Therefore, his body was trembling, his expression was distorted, and more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. In addition, in order to make his performance not so realistic, he would sometimes make the golden light on his body flicker and sometimes suppress his aura, creating the illusion that his aura was very chaotic. In order to make his performance realistic, Zichen could be said to be working very hard. The divine blood essence was extraordinary. Every drop he obtained could make him stronger. Naturally, the more the better. However, the person in front of him was an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years. Zichen was worried that he could not deceive the other party for too long, so he acted as long as he could. P.S. Continue to announce the group number 284889961. Everyone can come to the group to discuss the plot. You can also privately message me to express your views and personal opinions about this book. Of course, the most important thing is to enter the group and add 1 chapter. Chapter 2021. At this moment, Zichen was desperately hoping for more heavenly god essence blood. Naturally, the more the better. After this energy entered the world, Zichen discovered that the speed at which the origin sea condensed the heaven-defying energy had increased by many times. His world was perfect and very large. Even if 2 drops of heavenly god essence blood turned into 4 violent seas, it still wouldn't be enough to fill the entire world. Not to mention 2 drops, even 20 drops wouldn't be enough to fill the world. In Zichen's opinion, This was the advantage of a perfect world. However, after obtaining 2 drops of heavenly god essence blood, there seemed to be no other movement in the outside world. Zichen was somewhat unwilling, so he thought about how to deceive the other party. In the outside world, Zichen's eyelids trembled, and the pain on his face became more and more obvious. In the end, he let out a low roar, and the golden light around his body became stronger. Heh! When the face saw this scene, he was clearly surprised. When he saw Zichen's aura showing signs of erupting again, he said in a slightly admiring voice, "You are indeed the successor of Xiao Wuji. You have some skills. 2 drops of heavenly god's blood essence actually did not make you explode. Very good, I will give you another drop. Let's see how strong your physical body is." As the voice fell, 4 more drops of heavenly god essence blood appeared in his heart. These 4 drops of heavenly god essence blood began to pass through the barrier. Looking at the 4 drops of heavenly god essence blood, the face cursed, "Damn it, every time there's excess consumption. Today's devouring of that little child was a waste. This time, it's a big loss." During the process of a drop of heavenly god essence blood passing through the barrier, it would also be greatly consumed. It seemed that there was still half a drop of heavenly god essence blood in the end, but in fact, this half a drop of heavenly god essence blood was no longer as pure as before. As for the pure energy, it was forcibly taken away by the barrier. This was the main reason why the face was unwilling to release dozens of drops of heavenly god essence blood at once and instantly charge at Zichen to make him explode. This was because that way, the barrier would take away even more heavenly god essence blood, and the consumption of his own body would be very large. During this time, Ahmed was almost completely devoured, but the amount of heavenly god essence blood he replenished was far less than what he had consumed with Zichen. Even though he knew that there was a chance of survival in front of him, the face still felt that it was a pity. Now that he had taken out 4 drops at once, it was clear that his heart ached a little. Fortunately, hope was right in front of him, and he could break out of this situation in an instant. Thus, the 4 drops of essence blood quickly merged into one and rushed towards Zichen. This was the 3rd drop of essence blood. At the same time, the 4 drops of essence blood did not withdraw. Instead, they continued to force their way through the barrier. One must know that under normal circumstances, 4 drops of essence blood would be able to penetrate 2 drops of essence blood. Damn it, damn it. Looking at the 4.5 drops of blood essence that had returned, he cursed with a pained expression on his face. More blood essence had been plundered by the barrier. However, in his opinion, this time Zichen would definitely die. However, as the 2 drops of essence blood disappeared one after another, Zichen opened his eyes. He looked at his face in pain and said in a trembling voice, "Why? Why did you harm me?" Hearing that Zichen was still able to speak, his face was obviously very surprised. The light in his eye sockets became brighter, like a normal human with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. "You want to kill me? Then, don't think about getting out." Zichen closed his eyes again. The golden light around his body disappeared, and his aura fluctuated between strong and weak. Naturally, his expression became more and more painful. Damn it, how could this be? 4 drops of essence blood couldn't kill him. The expression on his face changed. The current situation was completely out of his expectations. How could a mere Heaven Realm expert withstand 4 drops of essence blood and not die? The most important thing now was not to continue transferring energy, but to send out a strand of his consciousness to see what was going on. However, when he thought about how 90% of his consciousness would disappear into thin air, and the unbearable pain made his heart palpitate. 2 more drops. Stuff yourself to death. His expression changed, and a cold light flashed in his eye sockets. He summoned a few more drops of essence blood and began to force his way through the barrier. As the world absorbed more and more essence blood, the speed at which it devoured became faster. Now, Zichen had complete control of his body. At the same time, he was mobilizing the celestial energy in an attempt to refine it. This celestial energy naturally fused into various parts of his body. As it healed Zichen's meridians that had completely exploded, it also strengthened Zichen's body. This energy was very pure and of a very high grade. There were no impurities at all. It could be said to be the purest energy Zichen had ever seen. As he deliberately refined this energy, it began to strengthen his perfect body. At the same time, after entering his spiritual perception, it also strengthened Zichen's spiritual perception. The only thing that pained Zichen was that he had to pretend to be in great pain and on the verge of death during this clearly enjoyable process. In Zichen's world, the celestial energy was still rampaging, but Zichen's world was infinitely large. They could destroy it however they wanted as long as they didn't destroy the Origin Sea. Around the massive Origin Sea, a barrier appeared on its own and kept the violent energy at bay. This was Zichen's foundation. It absolutely couldn't be destroyed. As the celestial blood essence was deliberately transported into the Origin Sea, the speed at which Zichen condensed heaven-defying energy increased greatly. Furthermore, this celestial energy belonged to a law to begin with. Therefore, after fusing with it, the heaven-defying energy that Zichen condensed was undoubtedly stronger. At the same time, there was an additional attribute in this new heaven-defying energy, celestial energy. Zichen's previous injuries had long recovered. His damaged meridians had completely recovered, and his body had become stronger. This kind of miraculous change was just like the great opportunities he had encountered in the past. While Zichen was amazed, he was also somewhat overwhelmed. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a great opportunity at this level. Under the perception of his spiritual senses, Zichen clearly sensed the arrival of 2 new drops of celestial blood essence. This made Zichen very excited, so he once again injected this energy into the world, and then transferred some from the world to begin strengthening himself. Well, this won't do. If this goes on, I'll be exposed sooner or later. I have to take advantage of this time to strengthen my physical body and spiritual senses. This celestial energy was like an omnipotent energy that could enhance Zichen's essence, qi, and spirit at will. In addition to his excitement, Zichen was also calmly analyzing the situation. Since the other party's energy could cross over, perhaps his spiritual senses could also cross over. Once the other party crossed over, it was bound to be a fierce battle. By then, the first things that couldn't bear it would be his spiritual senses and body. Therefore, Zichen multitasked and directly transferred the celestial energy back. On the one hand, he strengthened himself, and on the other hand, he strengthened and changed the quality of his spiritual senses. It was impossible for him to continue acting the same show because there would always be a time when he got tired of it. Furthermore, the 6 drops of celestial blood essence were gone, so the other party could naturally tell that something was amiss. Zichen no longer pretended. He sat cross-legged as golden light shimmered around him. The perfect body cultivation technique began to circulate, constantly devouring the energy contained in the celestial blood essence to strengthen his body. At the same time, Zichen's perfect spiritual senses were also absorbing this energy. It had to be said that Zichen's perfect series was very powerful. Even though it was absorbing high-quality celestial energy, its speed wasn't slow. Damn it, how did this happen? Seeing Zichen's calm expression again, he still didn't know what had happened. Of course, he didn't realize that he had been tricked. Under normal circumstances, if a mere heaven realm expert had so much celestial blood essence invading his body, he would have long died. That's not right. He hasn't died yet, nor is he injured. Furthermore, there are no signs of energy dissipating. Where's that energy? The face looked at Zichen as flames flickered in the depths of his eyes. There was only one explanation for this situation. The celestial energy was no longer in Zichen's body. The energy had either been taken away by a supreme treasure or had entered Zichen's body. However, what kind of supreme treasure in the world could take away heaven-defying energy under such circumstances? The answer was none. Even the cosmic origin cauldron couldn't do it because it was too late. Furthermore, he didn't see Zichen use the cosmic origin cauldron. Since it was impossible for foreign objects to be used, the only situation left was that the energy had entered his own world. However, this situation seemed even more impossible because all the worlds here were suppressed. They could only draw energy, but they couldn't send energy into them. Unless, suddenly, the face's expression changed. This situation wasn't absolute because there was another exception. A complete world might also be suppressed, but relatively speaking, it had some kind of privilege. For example, at the moment of life or death, he could forcefully open a gap and send the energy into it. A complete world. Is he the new generation of heaven-defying warriors? The face recalled the battle he had just witnessed. Shortly after, he cursed, "Damn it. He's a heaven-defying warrior." He didn't pay attention to the previous battle because the heaven realm energy was too weak and low in quality. It wasn't enough to attract his attention. If the face had a human face at this moment, it would have grimaced because he finally recognized the problem. In fact, there was only one true heaven-defying warrior. At their level, there was only one person who could be recognized, and that was the owner of the complete world. He must come from the original world, the Life Star. He was a natural existence that was called the miracle of the Life Star. He was the existence who could defy the heaven-defying realm. He was the heaven-defying warrior that all the experts recognized, the true heaven-defying warrior. As for the other heaven-defying warriors, they were created by the rules of the world. They couldn't transcend this world. If they were to be counted, they were just half-finished products. Damn it. Damn it. The face was annoyed. He couldn't believe that the first person he had met from the Life Star after so many years was a heaven-defying warrior. As he had guessed the other's identity, the face understood that the 6 drops of heavenly god blood couldn't burst the other's body. Let alone 6 drops, even 60 drops wouldn't work. Perhaps 600 drops would work, but where would he have that many heavenly god blood essences? His face darkened more and more. The saint aura around him reappeared. If he couldn't burst the other's body, he could only kill him. Even if he had to pay a big price, it was better than being trapped here until he died. Since he had forcefully closed the Great Formation, he had no other choice. Thus, he was enraged. Chapter 2022. What a cunning brat. How dare you deceive me? Go to hell. The face was completely enraged. He only had one choice left, and that was to kill Zi Chen before he finished refining the blood essence. Even if only 1/10 of his spiritual sense was left, he still had a huge advantage over Zi Chen in this world. Dong. The face was furious. The heart behind him beat violently, and a wave of energy spread out. His body exploded and disappeared into thin air. The last bit of energy in Eric's body was absorbed by the heart. Immediately after, a large amount of red light gushed out from the heart. This red light wasn't the dazzling golden blood essence from before, but it was also extremely pure heavenly god energy. They formed a blood sphere, and the amount of blood in it was no less than 100,000 drops. The blood ball formed by the blood rushed towards Zi Chen. It was stopped halfway by the barrier, but it did not stop. Instead, it slammed into the barrier. During the collision, the face turned into a beam of light and rushed into the blood-red sphere. Peng! The ball of blood violently slammed into the barrier, trying to break through it. Above it, the white ball emitted a gentle light. The light fell on the blood ball, causing it to tremble. At the same time, a roar came from the snowball. Buzz! As the roar came out, the blood ball continued to rush forward. At this moment, the broken sword trembled slightly. A bright sword light rushed out from it and slashed at the blood ball below. The blade glow flashed and disappeared. An increasingly mournful roar was emitted from the blood ball. The entire blood ball was split into 2 by the blade glow. Nearly 90% of the blood ball was directly cut apart, while the remaining 10% forcefully passed through the other side of the barrier. The remaining 1/10 of the blood ball passed through the barrier and turned into an arm, as if a person was about to pass through it. The remaining 9/10 turned into pure energy and flowed through the barrier to the white ball above. After the white ball absorbed the blood light, the surface of the ball also emitted a blood-red light. However, the blood-red light quickly dissipated. Zi Chen had already sensed the commotion outside and slowly opened his eyes. Coincidentally, he saw a head poke out of the blood energy. Seeing that face, Zi Chen couldn't help but be startled. Ahriman. The face was Eric. However, his originally pitch-black eyes had turned into the color of flames. The aura coming from his body was no longer that of a heaven realm cultivator. There was a faint saint aura. No, You're not Eric. You're that face. Zichen immediately reacted and exclaimed. Kid, you dare to deceive me? You must die. The front half of Eric's body was already fully exposed. He glanced at Zichen and said coldly. Eric was coming out. Zichen's pupils shrank. Although he did not know what price Eric had paid, he could feel that the aura was not too strong. Zichen guessed that Eric had paid a high price. Now that the scabbard had formed a light shield, Zichen did not have any means to attack. When he saw that his opponent was about to come out, he did not immediately rush forward. Instead, he chose to continuously retreat. In the process of retreating, Zichen's body was constantly absorbing the heaven god's energy. As his body absorbed the sky god's energy, Zichen's spiritual will kept growing. Kid, this space is only so big. Let me see where you can run to. The cold voice came again. Eric's foot had already stepped out. He only had 1 foot left, but on the other side of the barrier, there was a red light. It looked very strange. Zichen kept retreating until he reached the end of the space. In the process, he kept absorbing the sky god's energy. He had to use his powerful body to get used to the pressure here before the other party arrived. Otherwise, he might not be able to defeat the face Eric man. Boom. There was a vibration. Eric had completely walked out. Eric, who had walked out, turned around and looked at the white ball. His eyes were full of hatred. 90% of his energy and spiritual will had been absorbed by the white ball. Then, it merged with the formation and strengthened it. This formation was specifically targeted at him. It was a dead end. If he did not resist, all of his energy would be lost for a long time. But if he resisted, he would consume a lot of energy. Too much energy would be absorbed by the formation and used to strengthen it. Just like this time, he could only stay in this space. He could not go back. If he could not break the formation, then the spiritual will that he had spent so much effort to get out would dissipate. This was the formation targeting him. He hated it very much. When he turned around again, he saw Zichen. His opponent was too weak. If it was not for the damn scabbard, he would have been swallowed by him. How could he have schemed against him? But because of the scabbard, he saw hope in breaking the formation. When he was sealed, there were only 2 things in the world that could break the formation. One of them was the scabbard. Now, the opportunity had come. After familiarizing himself with this energy body as quickly as possible, he moved forward in the terrifying pressure and rushed towards Zichen. His speed was not very fast, but every step he took caused the void to vibrate. The invisible vibrations brought great pressure to Zichen. Zichen opened his eyes and looked at Eric, who was walking toward him. His expression was still calm. He had tried to use energy before, but it was useless. The energy could not break through the scabbard's defense. Now, if Eric wanted to hurt him, he would have to break through the scabbard's defense first. In the process of breaking through the defense, Zichen could use the time to strengthen his body. If he did not want to be killed, he had to at least be able to stand up and fight. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. You were too greedy before. If you had refined it earlier, you might have had a chance. Unfortunately, you wasted all your time on taking. Now you want to strengthen your body. It's too late. Eric smiled coldly at Zichen. He walked in front of Zichen, clenched his fist, and punched out. A terrifying pressure and wind whistled through the air. Boom. The light shield trembled. Blood-colored energy surged. A loud sound reverberated through the space. Zichen stood in the light shield, motionless. The shield's trembling did not affect him. He was still using the time to refine the heaven god's energy. Damn thing, you dare to deceive this heaven god. This is the result. Eric's face was full of anger. He punched out again. The space trembled again, and the light shield trembled violently. He was a powerful heaven god. He was once an omnipotent existence. Now, he was trapped here. If this little guy could easily go up and take away the broken sword, he would be able to escape. But this guy did not. Since he was unwilling, he would kill him and take his place. Boom. Boom. Fists fell like raindrops, continuously attacking the light barrier, and the sound of tremors continued to ring out. The rumbling sound reverberated through the entire space. The entire space was trembling. In the space in front, another face appeared from the heart. He looked indifferently at the battle outside. The spiritual sense in the outside world was no longer controlled. Everything was based on instinct. Before it dissipated, it still had its own thoughts. Zichen stayed in the light shield. He did not seem to be affected at all. But from the twitching of his eyes, one could see that his heart was not calm. Boom! Boom! Powerful fist lights rained down one after another. After an unknown number of punches, the light barrier began to distort even more, and cracks began to appear on its surface. Damn brat, let's see how long you can hide. Seeing the cracks, Eric smiled ferociously. The energy in his punches grew stronger. Finally, he landed a heavy punch on the light shield. Boom! Cracks instantly appeared on the light barrier. Its defense finally reached a critical point and it exploded with a loud boom. As the light shield exploded, the scabbard and Zichen appeared at the same time. Without the protection of the scabbard, the pressure in this space fell on his body. This pressure was too strong, causing Zichen's body to instantly collapse. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on his back. He could not stand up at all. The light shield shattered. The scabbard did not form a new light shield. Instead, it trembled slightly and flew up. Come back. Eric did not attack Zichen directly. Instead, he looked at the flying scabbard. With a tap of his foot, he soared into the sky and grabbed the scabbard. He firmly grabbed the scabbard. Excitement immediately appeared on his face. With the scabbard, he could take away the broken sword. It meant freedom and revenge. But before he could show more excitement and surprise, a huge power came out of the scabbard. The power bounced Eric's hand away and flew to the side of the broken sword. It stopped there. Just as Eric thought that the scabbard and the scabbard were going to become one, he saw that the scabbard only stopped beside the broken sword. It did not seem like it was going to become one. Damn it! Frustration flashed across Eric's face. He did not dare to go up and try to grab the scabbard again. When he was first sealed, he had done this many times. However, as soon as he got close to the broken sword would release a ray of light and destroy him. Not daring to think about the scabbard, Eric lowered his head and looked at Zichen, his expression constantly changing. At this moment, he really wanted to kill Zichen, but considering Zichen's situation, he felt that it was necessary to let him live a little longer. Zichen found it difficult to even stand up in the face of such pressure. Eric bent down and grabbed Zichen's back with both hands. Then, he lifted Zichen up, turned around, and threw Zichen towards the light barrier in front of him. This was also part of his previous plan. As long as he threw Zichen inside, he would be able to escape once he had complete control over Zichen. P.S. This is an extra chapter, reading friend. Many thanks to Xie Jiachuan's friend. Chapter 2023. After being thrown out by Eric, Zichen's body flew forward uncontrollably. At that moment, he seemed to have seen his end. His expression became crazed, and his body struggled in the air, wanting to do something before he died. However, it was useless. The pressure from this space was terrifying, and he could not control his body at all. He could not even stand, let alone control his body and force it to stop. Looking at Eric's face in front of him, Zichen knew very well that Eric would be devoured before he woke up. It seemed that he would not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. At that moment, Zichen was distracted, but his body's natural reaction did not stop. His body was still becoming stronger, and as he felt the pressure around him, he found that his body was gradually adapting. If he had some time, he would naturally be able to adapt to the pressure here and stand up again. Then, he would fight Eric's face to the death. However, he did not seem to have time now. His body kept retreating, and he was about to crash into the barrier. Then, he would meet his death. Seeing that he was about to escape, a smile appeared on Eric's face. However, in the next moment, this smile froze on his face. The scabbard that was with the broken sword suddenly released a beam of energy. This light descended and formed a new barrier, blocking Zichen. Bang! Zichen's body landed on the barrier with a loud bang, and the entire barrier shook. Eric had used a lot of strength, and this collision caused Chen to see stars. His organs churned, and he wanted to vomit blood. However, there was no doubt that this was the most exciting and even blissful moment that Chen had ever experienced after coming to this world. Even that loud bang sounded very pleasant to Chen's ears, as if it was the most beautiful sound in the world. This was because it made him feel as if he had instantly gone from hell to heaven. Damn it, you're the one behind this. Compared to the excited Chen, Eric's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Obviously, the scabbard had such a reaction because Chen had already made the scabbard recognize him as its master. This was a very natural protection. Now, if he wanted to control the scabbard, there were only two ways. The first was to throw Chen in and let his main body control Chen. The second way was to kill Chen and forcefully refine the scabbard to help his main body escape. Clearly, Eric Man no longer hoped for the first method. With the protection of the scabbard, it would be very difficult to force Chen in. The second method was to kill Chen by force. This method seemed to be quite difficult. Looking at Chen, who stood up shakily after landing on the ground, Eric's eyes flashed with a strange light as he thought to himself. Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he stood up. Golden light flickered on his body as his body swayed slightly. Although he had stood up, it was extremely difficult for him to take the next step. The pressure around him was too strong. It could even affect a saint. However, Chen, who stood up, was not completely useless. Facing this terrifying pressure, his perfect body's speed of absorbing God's energy was undoubtedly much faster. Damn it! Eric was furious as he strode forward. Chen's body swayed slightly as he wanted to leave this place quickly. Although the scabbard had blocked the attack for him, he did not know how many more attacks the scabbard could withstand. The difference in speed between the two sides was undoubtedly too great. Chen, who had barely taken a few steps under the pressure, was caught up by Eric, who forcefully punched him. Chen's internal organs, which were already churning, could no longer endure it. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as his body flew out uncontrollably. A powerful force entered Chen's body, trying to destroy Chen's vitality. However, at this moment, Chen's body contained a vast amount of God's energy. This energy continuously healed Chen's injuries while simultaneously strengthening Chen's body. After standing up again, Chen felt that the pressure around him had lessened significantly. Heaven-defying energy surged within his body as streaks of golden light appeared on the surface of his body, protecting it. The pressure that had already lessened slightly at this moment. Although his movements were still restricted, it was much better than before. For example, facing Eric's powerful punch, Chen's feet shifted slightly as he dodged it. Peng! Chen's dodge clearly surprised Ahriman, but his forward punch also stopped in its tracks. Then, he turned his elbow and viciously struck Chen's chest. Crack! This powerful force instantly sent Chen flying. At the same time, the sound of bones shattering rang out. Chen's powerful body was forcefully shattered. However, just as his body shattered, a surge of God's energy entered his wounds. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the broken bones rapidly healed. By the time Chen's body landed on the ground, his injuries had completely healed. Even he was shocked by the speed of his recovery. He stared at Ahmed in shock. Damn it, damn it. Eric was very clear about Chen's condition. He was extremely vexed. This was all because of him. It was originally a scheme, but because of his carelessness, it had backfired. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Chen looked at the gloomy Eric and said, again. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, his body surging with golden light. You're courting death. Eric roared and punched out again. This time, Chen did not dodge. Instead, he met force with force. Crack! As the two fists collided, the clear sound of bones shattering could be heard. Chen only felt a powerful force pass through his arm in an instant and shatter it. His body was sent flying again. During this process, the pure God's energy replaced Chen's heaven-defying energy and began to repair Chen's broken arm. With the help of the pure God's energy, Chen's broken arm was completely healed. In addition, during the process of recovery, the god's energy also entered Zichen's bone marrow through the broken bones and strengthened Zichen's bones on a deeper level. The newly healed bones became even tougher, and they faintly emitted a faint golden light. Sure enough, using this method to transform the body faster. His body continued to retreat. Feeling the powerful force in his arm, Zichen's face revealed a look of satisfaction. Again. With another loud shout, Zichen charged forward once again. This time, he directly used his left fist to ruthlessly punch his opponent. Another collision of energy. Zichen borrowed the force to fly back again. This time, after his injuries healed, Zichen's bones were clearly stronger. This method allowed the god's energy to instantly enter the depths of the bones and strengthen the body. It was much faster than cultivating step by step. Eric clearly sensed Zichen's intentions and became even more furious. At this moment, Zichen had the god's energy. This energy would continuously enter his body, so Zichen did not have to worry about consumption. However, Eric could not. Every time he punched, he would use up some energy. If he could not quickly take down Zichen, he would quickly use up all his energy and dissipate. This time, he had come out in vain. He had suffered a great loss. Again. Looking at his recovered left arm, Zichen excitedly roared and charged forward for the third time. Peng! Knowing what Zichen wanted to do, Eric held back a little. This attack only caused Zichen to cough up blood, but it did not injure Zichen's body. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll help you in this situation? Eric retreated and then charged forward again. Encountering the same situation as before, Eric's attacks became more measured. Zichen looked at Eric and began to retreat. At this moment, his excited expression turned cold. The energy in his body began to surge, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a ruthless expression. Seeing Zichen's expression, Eric suddenly had a bad feeling. However, he did not understand what Zichen wanted to do. Catcher! Catcher! In the next moment, the energy around Zichen went berserk, and the sound of frying beans could be heard. This sound was very dense and also very urgent. Even with Eric's willpower as the sky god's avatar, when he saw this scene, his eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. The sound came from in front of him. To be more precise, it came from within Zichen's body. In an instant, Zichen shattered all of his meridians and bones. Ah! Zichen raised his head and roared. He let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. This kind of situation would only occur during torture. All of the bones in his body were shattered in an instant. If not for his strong willpower, he would have fainted long ago. Intense pain spread throughout his body. At the same time, Zichen endured the pain and used his perfect spiritual senses to control the sea of Sky God's energy. Wherever the Sky God's energy passed, the shattered bones began to connect and fuse together. Zichen's expression was still cold. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was a testament to the pain he was enduring. However, at this moment, the cold Zichen was slightly distracted. He thought back to the first time he met the monk. At that time, the monk had shattered all of his bones. After that, he had discovered that his body had become stronger. Although he had cursed the monk at that time, it had to be said that this kind of method of breaking and then rebuilding was the fastest way to strengthen one's body. Of course, it could not be said that the monk had good intentions. That fellow had done it purely to swindle him. After shattering all of his bones, Zichen did not collapse. This was because the Sky God's energy had reconnected his bones. After all of his bones had been reconnected, Zichen's bones were also emitting a golden light. The Sky God's energy was surging. The terrifying pressure between heaven and earth was no longer a threat to Zichen. Eric took the opportunity to rush forward. As he rushed forward, he punched out again. This time, he aimed for Zichen's head. As long as the punch broke through his head, it would enter his sea of consciousness and destroy his soul. No amount of Sky God's energy would be able to save him. P.S. This chapter is a normal update. The game continued. As usual, the group number was announced, 284889961. Chapter 2024. Zichen's expression did not change much as he looked at Eric's violent punch. This punch was indeed a threat to him, and if it hit his head, it could even kill him. However, it was not that easy. Facing this violent punch, Zichen's body shone with golden light. Borrowing the god's energy in his body, he even had the might of a god. Whoosh! He gently stretched out his hand. Golden energy flowed on his palm, and he slapped it towards the incoming punch. Peng! The violent punch collided with Zichen's palm, and there was a loud explosion. Zichen's palm trembled slightly, but it stopped steadily and caught Eric's fist. You! How could you block my punch? Seeing the energy dissipating from Zichen's fist, which could not threaten Zichen at all, a shocked expression appeared on Eric's face. Even a heaven-defying cultivator should not have such a fast refining speed, nor should he have such obvious growth. After blocking the punch, Zichen coldly smiled and said, "You had a good time before, right? Now it's my turn." With that, Zichen exerted his strength. A powerful force passed through his palm, and Eric's body involuntarily retreated. Hum! Golden light flashed, and the sound of thunder came from his body. Zichen's body flashed, and he charged forward. As he charged, Zichen clenched his fists and punched towards Eric. This punch was accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, causing the void to distort. It was a perfect demonstration of strength and speed. Damn it! Eric cursed, and he also punched out. Blood-red light surged, and it was as if there was a huge wave of blood coming towards him. "Open for me!" Zichen gritted his teeth and roared. The two fists collided. Peng! A deafening sound reverberated through the space. After the explosion, a ripple of energy spread out in all directions. Under the surge of this powerful force, Zichen's body swayed slightly, and he retreated 3 steps. His face, which was shining with golden light, was slightly pale. Looking ahead again, Ahriman had taken a total of 5 steps back, and his expression was constantly distorted. If he was not an energy body, Ahriman would have coughed up blood at this moment. Damn it, how could this be? Ahmed's twisted face was filled with disbelief. Although the clone's battle prowess was less than 1/10 of its original, it still had the pressure of a saint. That was why it could display such great power in the core area of the formation. However, this Zichen was only in the heaven realm, and he was not even at the peak of the heaven realm. Yet, with just a few drops of his blood essence, he was able to adapt to this place in such a short period of time. Furthermore, he was able to display a considerable amount of strength. This was something that he could not understand. Even if he possessed a complete world, he should not be able to grow so quickly. If he had a complete world, even if he had the essence blood of a god, he should not be able to grow so quickly. However, Zichen did not have a complete world, but a perfect world. Not only was it a perfect world, but it was also a perfect series. His essence, chi, and soul were all refined by the 3 pages of the heavenly book. His spiritual sense, physical body, and energy had all reached true perfection. Again. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zichen charged forward again. In this space, because the pressure around him was too strong, Zichen's spiritual sense and energy could not leave his body. The only thing he could use was his physical body. Therefore, Zichen charged forward again and naturally used the same punch. Bang! In another head-on collision, Zichen only retreated 2 steps, while Ahmed retreated 7 steps. The gap between the two grew larger and larger. It should be known that during the battle, Zichen's battle prowess was constantly increasing, while Ahmed's battle prowess was constantly being consumed. Whoosh! Energy could not leave his body, but he could still use the extreme speed footwork. Although it was not as terrifying as outside, it was still enough to deal with this sky god's avatar, who was consuming a lot of energy. Go to hell! Ahmed's body surged with a bloody light, and a violent aura filled the space. Then, he punched out again. Zichen's figure shifted, and he easily dodged this attack. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked towards Ahmed's abdomen. Bang! This kick was very solid. Ahmed's body trembled slightly, and then he was sent flying, smashing into the barrier of this space. When he landed, Ahmed coughed continuously. His originally angry expression was now filled with shock. At this moment, He clearly sensed the true gap between the two of them. The battle that followed was naturally one-sided. Zichen had completely adapted to the pressure here, and with the constantly increasing consumption of energy, Zichen naturally had an overwhelming advantage. "Come and help me." Ahmed's body retreated, and he felt that he could not hold on any longer. He had no choice but to call for help. At the heart, the face appeared again, watching all of this indifferently. At the same time, its expression was constantly changing. If he could not take down Zichen this time, and gave Zichen enough time to grow, it would be impossible for him to get out. This was his only chance. A hint of coldness appeared on his face. Behind him, the heart beat violently again. Immediately after, a large amount of blood appeared, forming a new ball of blood. This ball of blood was twice as big as before. After it was formed, it directly charged toward the barrier. As for the heart behind him, after forming these blood balls, it had clearly become smaller, and its luster had dimmed. The frequency of its beating had also decreased. Just as the blood ball was charging forward, the face charged directly into it. It was blocked by the round ball, and it was consumed by the blade light. The ball of blood that was emitting terrifying energy only had a tenth of its power left after successfully breaking through the barrier. However, this tenth was still more than twice as powerful as Eric's. The blood ball that appeared again had Ahmed's face. After appearing, he charged towards Zichen. His speed was extremely fast, and he was not affected by the pressure here at all. As he charged forward, Zichen's power continued to increase. In the end, he sent the first Ahmed flying with a punch. As Eric flew backwards, his body began to dissipate on its own, quickly turning into a ball of blood energy. This ball of blood still emitted powerful energy fluctuations, not weaker than an ordinary Heaven Realm expert. However, due to the pressure here, this ball of blood was unable to condense into a human form. It could only turn into pure energy until it completely dissipated. However, this energy was still very pure to Zichen. This was because there was still a remnant of the god's essence blood inside. It was a rare treasure. Whoosh! Zichen did not say anything and instantly charged forward. His face was filled with excitement. At this moment, Zichen felt a sense of danger. It was the new Ahmed, and he was charging towards him. His speed was not any slower than Zichen's, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Looking at Ahmed, who was filled with cold murderous intent, Zichen coldly snorted. His body flashed, and he blocked in front of the other party. Then, he threw a punch at the other party. "You're courting death." Ahmed's body flashed with bloody light as he threw a violent punch. The two fists collided and exploded. Ahmed's cold expression suddenly changed. He saw that Zichen's punch, which was not weak at all, suddenly retracted its power. The violent power from his punch instantly landed on Zichen, and Zichen's body was sent flying. Unfortunately, Zichen, who was sent flying backwards, happened to be in the direction of the blood ball. Damn it! Ahmed raised his head to look at Zichen. He just so happened to see the mocking smile on Zichen's face. He cursed angrily and sped up. He was already a step too late, so he naturally could not be faster than Zichen now. Using the powerful fistlight, Zichen took the opportunity to retreat and landed near the ball of energy. This was an ownerless energy. The spiritual sense inside had already been destroyed by Zichen. Zichen waved his sleeve and put away the blood ball. After putting away the blood orb, Zichen turned around to look at Eric, who was charging at him, and said mockingly, "You think you can fool me by pretending to be cold and murderous? Your goal is actually this blood orb. If he could fuse with this blood ball, then the new Ahmed's battle power would naturally increase again." However, his intentions were completely seen through by Zichen. Ahmed, who was charging forward, stopped. This time, he had really miscalculated. If he knew this guy was so difficult to deal with, he definitely would not have purposely closed the formation. Now, not only did he lose a few drops of essence blood, he also consumed a lot of energy. Right now, his main body could no longer provide any new energy. This was because if he consumed too much energy, then the killing formation would sense that his main body was too weak and forcefully kill him. Thinking about this formation again, Ahmed was furious. This formation was too despicable. It had forcefully taken away 90% of his energy and spiritual sense. If it had taken away 80% of his energy, he would not have been in such a sorry state. Come, let me see just how strong the newcomer is. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen laughed mockingly. His body naturally charged forward. He had used extreme speed. As he charged forward, Zichen did not clench his fists. He did not even show any intention of attacking. He simply charged forward. Go die. Ahmed punched out, and a powerful fist-light shot towards Zichen's face. Whoosh. Zichen didn't move at all. Light flashed beneath his feet, and after dodging the attack, he used his elbow to hit Eric's body. This attack wasn't very strong, and it only made Eric's body sway slightly, causing him to lose his center of gravity. It didn't even cause any damage to Eric. However, after this attack, Zichen did not stop. He flashed again and arrived on the other side of Ahmed, and another attack landed. This attack was also not very powerful. It was not much different from the previous attack, but it made Ahmed's body lose balance again. Bang! Bang! In this space, Zichen's body was like a ray of light. He circled around Ahmed and attacked continuously. His attacks were endless, and there were many different ways to attack. He could use his fingers, fists, elbows, legs, feet, and even his head. Under Zichen's constant attacks, Ahmed could not stabilize his center of gravity. With his center of gravity unstable, he could not gather energy to attack. No matter how powerful his aura was, Zichen's next attack would make his attacks disappear. Just as Zichen was beating Ahriman until he had no chance to retaliate, there seemed to be a roar of unwillingness and despair coming from his heart. P.S. That's right, there will be an update today. This is a normal update. The first group is already full. I will now announce a new group. Those who have already joined the first group do not need to join the second group. Chapter 2025. In this space, Zichen had completely turned into a beam of light, a resplendent golden light. He walked around Ahmed and launched attacks that weren't very strong but definitely weren't weak either. They landed on Ahmed, causing him to lose his center of gravity and unable to condense a powerful attack. After throwing out a punch, Ahmed's body swayed and moved to the side. With the help of his extremely fast footwork, Zichen quickly appeared to the side and knocked him with his knee. Soon, in another direction, Zichen pointed forward with his golden fingerprints. This was a very familiar scene. It was an attack technique that Zichen had learned from the perfect body. This was a pure physical attack, a close combat technique. This wasn't a combat technique with restrictions, so it could be used at every stage. This attack technique was also called a close combat combo. Zichen hadn't used it for many years because this spell technique was gradually no longer suitable for him. His combat strength was now very strong, and he could directly kill weak opponents. As for powerful opponents, the Heavenly Dao spell technique could unleash such powerful might. In addition, Zichen's body wasn't truly comparable to a heavenly soldier, so it wasn't suitable for him to use such a combo attack technique to fight opponents of the same level. However, at this moment, being in this space, Zichen's physical body had undergone a transformation. In addition, he could not use any other means of attack here. He could only rely on his physical body, so he immediately thought of the physical combo technique. With an endless supply of celestial energy for him to squander, Zichen was also using pure celestial energy to fight while using the physical combo. This energy couldn't allow Zichen to unleash his full potential. Every time he struck out, there would be excess energy consumption. However, at this moment, preserving his life was clearly the most important. As for the consumption, Zichen clearly couldn't care less. Ahmed, who couldn't launch an effective attack, roared in anger. He recognized this attack technique. It was the most difficult close combat technique to deal with. As long as it stuck to you, it was impossible to pull apart the distance between them. While enduring these attacks, the energy in Ahmed's body was constantly being consumed. Due to the array formation, his energy consumption was very high. Damn it, damn it. Angry curses rang out continuously, resounding throughout the area. However, Eric was currently stuck by Zichen, so he could only do as he was told. As a sky god's avatar, he still had many powerful means. If he was in the outside world, he could easily kill Zichen. He would not even bother to kill someone at Zichen's level. However, he was trapped in this formation that specifically targeted him. Moreover, he was at the eye of the formation. He was helpless. All of his powerful techniques were sealed. He could only use his physical body to attack. However, he just so happened to encounter a guy who knew close combat techniques. What was even more unfortunate was that he had given the other party a few drops of Heavenly God's blood essence. Now, the other party relied on close combat techniques and Heavenly God's energy to restrain him. This time, he really went for wool and came home shorn. The outside world was filled with Ericman's roars, while the inside world was filled with his heart's roars of unwillingness. The two sounds complemented Zichen's continuous attacks, forming a strange rhythm. Bang! 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 One attack after another landed. Zichen, who was continuously attacking, was already drenched in sweat. He was clearly borrowing Heavenly God's energy to fight someone of a higher level than him. His energy consumption was very high. However, he could not stop. Once he stopped, he would definitely face Ericman's counterattack. At that time, Zichen would definitely suffer a fatal blow. During the battle, Zichen's perfect body was operating on its own, absorbing Heavenly God's energy. In the process of absorbing this energy, Zichen discovered that there was also energy from the outside world being absorbed by his body. However, in this place, it was impossible for there to be any energy from the outside world. After all, there were only the two of them. Zichen suddenly looked at Ericman. The only explanation was that Ericman's energy was flowing away. This discovery made Zichen even more excited, and his confidence grew even more. Clearly, if they continued fighting like this, Ericman's energy would be exhausted sooner or later. At the same time, Zichen also split some of his energy to sense the heart. Of course, he could hear the sound coming from the heart. That was the sound of unwillingness and even despair. Zichen could not help but guess that Ericman would not be able to create another Ericman. After all, the formation was specifically designed to deal with it. Once the strange rhythm continued without interruption, it would gradually become dull and boring. This was the case in this space at the moment. Zichen, who was unable to accurately sense the flow of time, naturally did not know how long he had been fighting. However, he guessed that it had been 3 or 4 days. Continuously using close combat for 3 or 4 days had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, the support of the 6 drops of Heavenly God's blood essence allowed Zichen to persist until now and not collapse first. However, after fighting for so long, Zichen was also exhausted. Ericman's previous roars and vibrations had become very sluggish. He did not even make a sound. The two seemed to be waiting for the other to reach his limit. At this moment, they were both persevering to see who could last longer. Peng. Time passed. After who knew how many attacks, Ericman's body finally dissipated, turning into a ball of blood energy that floated in the air. As for Zichen, after this attack, he was slightly startled and then sat down on the ground. Clearly, he was also exhausted. At this moment, Zichen urgently needed to rest, or even have a good sleep. Zichen, who did not need to sleep for a long time, felt the urge to sleep. It could be seen how exhausted he was and how much energy he had consumed. Zichen shook his head and bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up. At this moment, it seemed like he could not rest. If he cultivated at this time, it would undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. He had once shattered his bones to forcefully increase the energy in his body, but that energy had not perfectly fused with his body. At this moment, he needed to refine it. This time, with the help of the Heavenly God's energy, Zichen's benefits were very obvious. At the very least, his body had truly crossed the final step, becoming an existence comparable to a heavenly soldier. Of course, the heavenly soldiers here were not ordinary heavenly soldiers, but heaven-defying weapons. When the time came, Zichen could stand there without moving. Ordinary heaven-defying experts might not be able to kill him. Even some saints might not be able to reach such a level of physical strength. After collecting the ball of blood above his head, Zichen sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to refine the remaining energy in his body. This energy would be completely refined and then enter Zichen's body, fusing with his blood and bones, becoming Zichen's power. Zichen cultivated as if there was no one around him. The face that had reappeared in his heart could only watch helplessly. Its expression would sometimes change from despair to malevolence. It had persisted for far too many years, but in a short period of time, it had consumed the most energy. It seemed like Zichen had obtained a huge opportunity, but in truth, more than 90% of the energy had been absorbed by the formation to strengthen it. Coupled with the fact that it had previously sealed the formation, the only thing that awaited him now was death. In a daze, it seemed to recall the scene from back then. Those fellows simply did not have the strength to kill it. They could only seal it. With our combined strength, we condensed this certain death seal. You probably won't be able to leave this place for the rest of your life. However, that's not absolute. Perhaps in a few million years, a descendant will come here with a fragment of the shield and completely refine you. It was unknown how many years had passed. During that time, not a single heavenly realm expert had been able to reach this place. As for saints, they did not dare to set foot here. Every time they came, they would hastily leave after sensing the abnormality. After many years, it finally had an opportunity. However, it did not expect that it would get the scabbard and not the shield. If it wanted to break this formation, there were two ways. One was the fragment of the shield, and the other was the scabbard. Of the two, the scabbard's corresponding broken saber mainly attacked and was considered a support. However, the true core of the formation was that sphere. The sphere was the core of the formation and had a high chance of killing it. However, the scabbard was slightly weaker. This was also why when it saw the scabbard, it decided to consume some of its divine energy to forcibly seal the formation. It wanted to find a way out from the scabbard. Once the scabbard and the broken saber became one, the broken saber would no longer be a threat. As long as it paid a price, it would be able to smoothly escape. Unfortunately, all its calculations had ended because it had misjudged Zichen's strength and gave him 6 drops of essence blood. If it had been more ruthless at the start and did not hesitate to consume energy, there would not have been a battle. Now, it was regretful, but it was clearly too late. As time passed, the golden light on Zichen's body became brighter and brighter. The remaining energy in his body was being refined. As the remaining energy in his body was being refined, Zichen began to refine the energy in the 2 blood balls. This could be considered as another rebirth, changing the meridians and washing the marrow. Being in this strange space, the first thing Zichen had to do was strengthen his physical body and let it completely transform and adapt to this place. The face could only stay in the formation and watch as Zichen became stronger and stronger. However, there was nothing it could do. Now, it could only wait for Zichen to grow. When it was time to break the formation, it could give Zichen the final fatal blow. There was only one chance. The remaining energy in the 6 drops of essence blood and the 2 blood balls were all used by Zichen to temper his physical body. After an unknown amount of time, all the energy in Zichen's body was exhausted. His physical body also became stronger. After exhausting all the heavenly god energy, Zichen opened his eyes. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, but there was also some unwillingness. There was too little heavenly god energy. If there was enough of it, he could continue to break through until he reached the peak of the heaven realm. As for the origin sea in his body, it would also condense into heaven-defying energy. Zichen looked at the heart and the face. He was unwilling. If he attacked rashly like this, it would be very dangerous. However, right at that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the scabbard that was emitting light. That beam of light soared into the sky and forcibly broke through this space. An endless amount of magma poured down from above. Chapter 2026. Under Yang Wei's lead, the 6 of them went around the magma where Zichen had sunk into and headed deeper. While moving forward, Yang Wei's expression was calm, but his heart was always vigilant, guarding against the people beside him. Lei Dong stood beside Yang Wei, and when his gaze landed on Qing Feng, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was still brooding over Zichen's death. He hated that damned Zichen. If he died, then he died. Why did he have to take the heavenly lightning wings with him? He did not have the guts to challenge a saint, and the heavenly thunder wings would never see the light of day again. He had already concluded that Zi Chen was dead, and his heart was filled with regret. On the other side of Yang Wei was Wu Xing. For some reason, he was not in a good mood, and he was even a little worried. This worry was naturally because of Zi Chen. He also had a deep understanding of Zi Chen, and he even knew more details than Yang Wei. Zi Chen had faced many life and death crises along the way, and every time when everyone thought that Zi Chen would definitely die, he would not die. This time, it was reasonable to say that Zi Chen would not be able to survive if a saint swallowed Zi Chen, but Wu Xing still felt uneasy. Of course, the one who was in the worst mood was Qing Feng. This time, he had messed up his plan. Not only did he not save Zi Chen, but the shield might also fall into Yang Wei's hands. Hei Long and An Peng had not made a move from the beginning, but at this moment, they were also worried. The six of them had their own thoughts, but on the way, the atmosphere was naturally a little gloomy. No one deliberately spoke, and only Yang Wei's voice would be heard from time to time. "Everyone, we are almost there. Be careful," Yang Wei said again. Every time he spoke, it was more of a reminder. Occasionally, he would make a few jokes. "That's right," Yang Wei said. With the previous scene of a saint hiding in the magma, they were very careful when they moved forward again. They would avoid the magma when they saw it, and purposely walked on flat ground. Even when they saw some towering mounds, they would subconsciously avoid them. However, despite being so careful along the way, not the slightest unforeseen event had occurred, and they had not encountered any danger. Even though they clearly hadn't encountered any danger, the six of them didn't relax. Instead, they grew more and more nervous. Ji Wei even frowned several times. It was unknown what he was thinking. In this tense atmosphere, the group walked for an unknown amount of time before they suddenly saw a building. That was a large hall that stood alone in front of him. Its surface was covered in grit and dust. It looked like it had been here for quite a few years, and it carried an aura of decay. The moment they saw the building, everyone's expression became tense. But in Chi Wei's eyes, there was a flash of light. He was quite surprised to be able to make it here safely. However, just as he thought that there would be no danger, the ground suddenly trembled. Then, the hall in front of him began to shake. Buzz. Buzz. Looking at the trembling hall, the nervous crowd's aura began to surge around their bodies, forming a substantial energy light shield as they vigilantly looked ahead. How could this be? Chi Wei looked ahead and muttered in a low voice. He didn't understand. The hall before them was trembling violently. In fact, it was even causing the entire world to tremble. The grit that covered the surface of the hall fell to the ground with rustling sounds. The trembling stopped. After the grit settled, a pitch-black, dust-free hall appeared before the crowd's eyes. The crowd looked to one another in dismay. They didn't know what had happened. Chi Wei seemed to have guessed what was going on. A faint smile appeared on his face. With a smile, he said, "It would appear that this abnormal change is to welcome us." Hearing that, the crowd laughed dryly. They didn't think that this joke was funny. "Let's go. There shouldn't be any danger." After taking a deep breath and withdrawing his spirit sense, Chi Wei indicated for the crowd to proceed forward. At the same time, he recalled the information regarding this place. That information was incomplete. It was unknown how many years it had been passed down. It was recorded on an ancient jade slip. The restrictions on that jade slip had been damaged by the passage of time. There was a huge opportunity recorded in the jade slip. The opportunity was located in a hall like this. Apart from the opportunity, there was also a simple record of the method to control the fragment. According to the jade slip, after entering this hall, one would be able to obtain the other fragments. After obtaining the fragment, one would also be able to gain control over a sort of spirit formation. From there, one would be able to obtain the final opportunity. Due to the fact that the jade slip was too ancient and damaged, the information recorded on it was not very detailed. Thus, Chi Wei didn't know much about this place. However, for the sake of obtaining the fragment, the power that he belonged to had spent a great deal of effort. His clan had discovered some clues during the previous invasion. However, at that time, the foreign races had already been defeated. Thus, they had no choice but to withdraw from this place. However, when they withdrew from this place, Qi Wei's clan had arranged for some of their disciples to infiltrate this continent and live in seclusion. During this period of time, they had been investigating this matter non-stop. This continued until Qi Wei arrived with his people and forcibly eliminated 2 hidden aristocratic families to obtain the jade slip and the fragment. As they advanced, Black Dragon and the others appeared to be very careful. However, Qi Wei appeared to be very relaxed. There was a faint trace of excitement in his eyes. As long as he could obtain the complete shield, this trip would not have been in vain. Killing Zi Chen was just a side trip. What he was looking forward to, the next great opportunity, was what he was most looking forward to. Everything matched what was recorded on the jade slip. There would not be any danger in this hall. Thus, Qi Wei took the initiative to step forward. Under the nervous gazes of the others, he pushed open the door to the hall that had been closed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Kaka. As the door to the hall opened, a simple and ancient aura rushed out. Everyone was on guard. Energy surged around their bodies. Swoosh. Qi Wei took the lead and rushed into the hall. Seeing Qi Wei move, Black Dragon and the others followed him. Their speed was not slow at all. After entering the hall, everyone seemed to have entered a different space-time. In this space-time, rays of materialized energy intersected above, forming a strange pattern that emitted a bright light. In this pattern, there were several rays of black light. They were constantly moving according to a certain trajectory. It was as if they were trapped in it and could not escape. The hall was spacious and empty. There was only this strange pattern above their heads. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the pattern. Then, they looked at the black lights. The black lights were of different sizes. They were constantly flying above without any pattern. They intersected with each other and seemed to be moving according to a certain trajectory. It was very eye-catching. That's, as everyone's gaze fell on the black lights, their expressions immediately changed. It's fragments. Fragments of the shield. And Peng exclaimed. His face was filled with disbelief. The others' expressions were not much different from An Peng's. Those black lights of different sizes were actually fragments of the shield. There were at least 20 of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Seeing those fragments, everyone's expressions immediately changed. Light flashed in their eyes. Without hesitation, they soared into the sky. As everyone soared into the sky, a gust of wind suddenly blew in this space. A gust of green wind brushed past their faces. This gust of green wind did not attract anyone's attention. However, after sensing this gust of green wind, Wei's expression slightly changed. He immediately turned around. Swoosh. A gust of green wind landed on his body. The seemingly gentle wind instantly turned into sharp blades. Like a storm of blades, it cut through Wei's defense and made clanging sounds. Qing Feng, what are you doing? Wei looked at Qing Feng through the storm of blades. The shield belongs to the Zhonwu continent. It does not belong to a foreign race like you. Qing Feng's expression was cold. A green heavenly blade appeared in his hand. Endless wind surged in the hall. At this moment, Qing Feng was determined. Even if he had to die, he would stop Wei from getting the shield. Qing Feng's sudden attack surprised the other 4 people. However, they did not stop. Instead, they increased their speed. Lei Dong turned around and glanced at the 2 people below. He smiled coldly and soared into the sky, rushing into the pattern. At this moment, the so-called alliance was useless. Only one's own interests mattered. They were naturally happy that Qing Feng had stopped Wei. Qing Feng, you don't know what's good for you. Seeing everyone rushing forward, Wei's face showed a hint of anger. As the energy vibrated, a black demonic aura spread out, instantly destroying the storm of blades. Cut. As soon as the storm was destroyed, Qing Feng's powerful blade slashed down. The moment the storm dissipated, it was already in front of Wei. Wei pointed a finger forward. A black fingerprint appeared and went straight for Qing Feng. At the same time, Light flashed under his feet and he retreated. Puff. This fingerprint was not as powerful as the one used to deal with Zi Chen. Qing Feng slashed with his blade and rushed toward Ya Wei. Boom. The energy vibrated. A terrifying palm print appeared and blocked Qing Feng's blade. Ya Wei had already self-destructed his heavenly weapon. His combat strength was also damaged. At this moment, he could only use techniques to fight Qing Feng. The palm print exploded and the blade was blocked. Qing Feng's body retreated in midair. A green hurricane surrounded him and dissolved the impact of the energy. Qing Feng took a few steps back and went forward again with his blade. He had seen the battle between Ya Wei and Zi Chen. He knew that he could not kill Ya Wei with his own strength. However, he did not ask to kill. He only asked to stop Ya Wei. Just as Qing Feng stopped Ya Wei, Black Dragon and the others had already rushed into the sky. They reached the pattern and grabbed the moving fragment. Buzz. As soon as the fragment was in their hands, there was a huge force that shook them away. The resistance was not very strong. Black Dragon, who was bounced away, had a flash in his eyes. He roared and his hand, which was covered with black light, tried to grab the fragment. The fragment kept vibrating, but it could not escape from Black Dragon's hand. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Each of them tried to grab a fragment. However, this fragment was not under their control at all. It kept vibrating and trying to escape from their hands. Everyone, this fragment has a master. Right at the moment when the four of them were confused, a shaky voice sounded from below. Suddenly, a violent aura appeared in the hall. Under this violent aura, Qing Feng coughed up blood and was sent flying. Chapter 2027. Hearing Ya Wei's voice, the people holding the fragments subconsciously lowered their heads to look at Ya Wei. They happened to see Qing Feng being defeated and sent flying out of the palace hall. The crowd was not surprised to see Qing Feng being sent flying. Ya Wei was an existence on par with Zi Chen. No matter how strong Qing Feng was, no matter how special he was still inferior to Ya Wei, a heaven-defying existence. After sending Qing Feng flying, Ya Wei raised his head to glance at the four people. He formed hand seals with his hands and the 5 fragments slowly floated beside him. Lowering his head to look at the fragments again, the hand seals in Ya Wei's hands changed. The floating fragments followed the hand seals and began to rotate in front of him. A mysterious energy ripple spread out in all directions as the 5 fragments rotated. Whoosh! 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 As the mysterious energy ripple spread out, the other fragments that Hei Long and the others had been unable to control earlier seemed to be attracted by the energy. One by one, they left the light pattern and flew toward Ya Wei. Ka! 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 The fragments flew to Ya Wei's side and began to rotate on their own according to the trajectory of the 5 fragments. As they rotated, they naturally joined together and began to emit Ka sounds. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Hei Long and the others turned extremely ugly. If Ya Wei was able to obtain the fragments, then they would have come in vain. They would not be able to obtain anything at all. Thus, each and every one of them increased the strength in their hands and tightly held onto the fragments to prevent them from leaving their hands. Die! A furious shout sounded from outside the palace hall. It was Qing Feng, who had just been sent flying, and he rushed in again. A berserk hurricane instantly engulfed the palace hall. The light pattern above became unstable due to the hurricane and began to tremble slightly. The robes of Hei Long and the others fluttered in the wind. The hurricane was filled with cold killing intent and a bone-chilling coldness. A cyan blade ray rushed out from the boundless hurricane and slashed toward Ya Wei. Energy surged around Shakis' body. A materialized light shield blocked the ravaging hurricane. Wherever the hurricane passed, it was as if a sharp blade was slashing on it, producing a series of sounds. A cold light flashed in Ya Wei's eyes as he looked at Qing Feng, who was rushing towards him. The seals in his hands changed again. The 2 fragments suddenly left his control and transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that shot towards Qing Feng. Clang! Clang! The speed of the fragments caused Qing Feng's countenance to change. He had no choice but to use his long saber to block the 2 fragments. However, in the next moment, several more fragments flew over and hit Qing Feng's body. Pu. Qing Feng's defense was instantly broken, and a huge force landed on his body, causing him to once again cough up blood and fly backwards. Ka. Ka. Seeing Qing Feng flying backwards, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Yang Wei's mouth. The speed of the hand seals in his hand increased, causing the other fragments to completely fuse with the original 5 fragments. These nearly 20 fragments were pieced together to form half a round shield. After being pieced together, it seemed to have fused together perfectly. There was no sign of it being broken at all. However, there were 4 black holes on the half shield. It was obvious that this half shield still lacked 4 fragments to be perfectly pieced together. Without a doubt, the last 4 fragments were in the hands of Hei Long and the others. At this moment, the 4 of them were surging with energy, firmly suppressing the 4 fragments that could break free at any time. Why is there only half? Jiao Wei was clearly very surprised by this scene. The excitement and passion in his heart had been forcefully extinguished by half at this moment. The shield was known as the strongest in the world. Once obtained, it would be the strongest defensive saint weapon. The world clan he belonged to had been searching for it for hundreds of thousands of years. Who would have thought that they would only obtain half of it? Yang Wei was slightly disappointed, but he quickly sorted out his emotions. Although there was only half of it, its defense was enough to block the attack of a saint. It was enough for him to use now. Moreover, he had obtained half of the shield and the method to control it. One day, he would obtain the other fragments. Moreover, there was an even greater opportunity waiting for him here. Putting away his disappointment, Yang Wei raised his head and looked at the 4 people who were firmly suppressing the fragments. He said indifferently, "The 4 of you, what is the meaning of this?" Meeting Yang Wei's gaze, Lei Dong remained silent. However, his face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he could naturally see that the reason why Yang Wei had given him a spot was purely to let him deal with Zi Chen. If he had really killed Zi Chen and obtained the heavenly thunderwings, he would have accepted it even if he had been used. However, now that Zi Chen was dead, the heavenly thunderwings were gone, and he could not even obtain the fragments. Naturally, he felt some resentment in his heart. Wu Xing was the same. He had completely offended Zi Chen, but he was not sure whether Zi Chen was dead or not. Now that he had obtained a fragment with great difficulty, it could be lost at any time and become someone else's possession. At this moment, Hei Long and An Peng also clearly understood Yang Wei's plan. The reason why he had called the 2 of them here was because he had calculated that the 2 of them would remain neutral. It was also because of this that Zi Chen dared to come here and risk his life for the shield. It could be said that the 4 of them had all been used. What finding a shield? That was all nonsense. It was purely to contain Zi Chen. The true shield could only be obtained by Yang Wei, and Yang Wei had long been aware of this. Holding the fragment tightly in his right hand, a small energy dragon coiled around Hei Long's palm, firmly suppressing the fragment. He looked at Yang Wei and said, "We need an explanation." Explanation. Yang Wei looked at Hei Long. "That's right, we need an explanation." Wu Xing took a step forward and looked at Yang Wei. His eyes were filled with anger. "If you don't give us a reasonable explanation for this matter, we will not be finished." Lei Dong also stepped forward. Although he had seen Yang Wei's strength, he was not afraid of Yang Wei, just like how he was not afraid of Zi Chen. Qing Feng walked in through the door. There were a few bloody holes on his chest. Cyan energy surrounded his body and stopped the bleeding. After he came in, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he held his cyan blade tightly and coldly looked at Yang Wei. At this moment, the 5 of them seemed to have formed an alliance. This caused Yang Wei's expression to change. He was not Zi Chen, who only knew how to fight based on courage. He had always been meticulous and would not put himself in such a dangerous situation. His gaze swept across the 5 of them. Yang Wei said indifferently, "Originally, you all did not have the chance to obtain the shield." A green wind blew and a chill surged. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped. Waves of cold qi circulated in the hall. The space began to distort and the pattern above became unstable. The 5 of them looked at Yang Wei coldly. Because I have the method to control the shield. All the fragments of the shield are mine. Even if you all obtained them, it would be useless. The reason why I asked you all to come here was not to find the shield. As for plotting against Zi Chen, it was just a side effect. It was not my ultimate goal. Wag Wei's gaze once again swept past the few people. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. My ultimate goal is to obtain the key that was formed after the fragments fused together. The key. A few people with cold expressions looked at Yang Wei with puzzlement on their faces. That's right. Although these fragments are treasures, they are actually just keys. Looking at the half-shield in his hand that was missing 4 notches, wavering Wei said, "Why don't you think about it? Who would put such a good shield here? Could it be that it's just a test? But have you ever encountered any danger on your way here? Furthermore, this shield is a priceless treasure in the world. Everyone covets it. Who would be so foolish as to leave it here and leave it as a test for future generations?" Yang Wei's words stunned everyone. Other than the lava, they didn't encounter any other dangers until they reached this place. Even though Slaughter Heaven Grotto was capable of isolating all the heavenly realms from the outside world, but it was impossible for Slaughter Heaven Grotto to stop saints. There had been saints who had passed through during this period of time. Could it be that they hadn't noticed the hall? Why hadn't they taken the fragment? There were too many suspicious points. Even if it was only half a shield, it was still very attractive to saints. Everyone was silent, not saying a word. Obviously, they were waiting for Yang Wei's next words. This half-shield is just a key. The real opportunity is in the depths of this world. Of course, you don't have to ask me where it is because I don't know either. Only by fusing this half-shield can I know where the opportunity is. Hearing Yang Wei's words, everyone was still silent. Their expressions changed. There are 5 of you and I only have this half-shield. Even if I fuse all of it, its power will not increase by much, Yang Wei said. This place was strange. After thinking about it, Hei Long and the other 3 decided to believe Yang Wei for once. What opportunity? Wu Xing asked as he handed over the fragments. I will only know the details after the half-shield is restored. However, according to the records on the ancient jade slip, it might be able to let one enter the Saint realm in one go, Yang Wei said after taking the fragments. What? Enter the Saint realm in one go? Everyone was shocked. Maybe, but I don't know the details. Ya Wei did not continue to say anything. The reason for that was because the 4 fragments had completely fused together. After fusing together, a ray of light was emitted from the half-shield. After the light appeared, it directly entered Yang Wei's sea of consciousness. Hei Long and the others looked at Yang Wei nervously. At the same time, they were on guard against him. As the light entered his sea of consciousness, Yang Wei's expression kept changing. There was shock, excitement, and excitement. In the end, it became more and more interesting. To be able to make Yang Wei's expression change so much, it was obvious that there was something good in the light. Qing Feng's eyes flashed coldly. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill, but Lei Dong and Wu Xing were already in front of Qing Feng. Hei Long and An Peng also came in front of Qing Feng and said, Qing Feng, don't act rashly. At this time, Yang Wei opened his eyes and looked at everyone's performance with satisfaction. He nodded and said indifferently, injure Qing Feng first. Remember, don't kill him. What do you think? Hei Long looked at Yang Wei and did not move. This is a great opportunity. I can go at any time. Yang Wei smiled faintly. He looked up at the sky and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. P.S. The first group is full. I apologize to those who can't join. Now, I will announce the second group. 3987700240, added the first group. 8,000. Don't add the second group. The first group originally had 240 people. Now that the group is full of 500 people, 260 people are added. Today, I will add an extra chapter for the 240 people who joined the group. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2028. In the light from before, there was a detailed explanation of the formation of this place. At the same time, It also indicated the location of the opportunity. It was very detailed. At that moment, Wei appeared to be calm. However, his heart was thumping rapidly. That was because the opportunity was simply too great. It was so great that it was boundless. Although such a great opportunity could be shared, it would be greatly reduced. It would be best if one could enjoy it alone. Of course, it could only belong to one person. It could only belong to me. I'll kill whoever tries to snatch it from me. That was what Wei thought in his heart. A cold glint flashed through Wei's eyes. With a slightly cold voice, Wei said, "It was Qingfeng's fault for attacking me earlier. Seriously injuring him can be considered a lesson for him." Hearing those words, Lei Dong and Wu Xing did not continue to speak nonsense. They instantly attacked. Lightning energy and 5 elements energy began to surge violently. Bang! Qingfeng, who was already injured, was sent flying once again. Wu Xing and Lei Dong rushed out one after another. Following that, a series of energy explosions sounded. Although Qingfeng was in the wrong, there was no need to injure him. Black Dragon looked at Wei, whose back was facing him, and said, "I'm already being merciful by not killing him. Black Dragon, I'm disappointed that you're so protective of him. However, for you to do such a thing, you must have guessed which power Qingfeng came from." Wei placed his hands behind his back and said without turning his head around, "I'm not sure." Black Dragon's expression did not change. He shook his head and said, "I've never seen Qingfeng before, so I don't know where he came from. I've also investigated him before, but I didn't find anything." Wei turned his head and looked at Black Dragon with a faint smile. He said, "Is that so?" Black Dragon nodded and said, "Yes, I'm not sure." Wei lightly smiled. He looked at Dark Peng and asked, "Do you know where Qingfeng came from?" Dark Peng shook his head, indicating that he did not know. "Since the two of you don't know, then perhaps I know which power he came from." Hearing Wei's words, Dark Peng and Black Dragon both had a surprised expression on their faces. The sounds outside were still ringing. During that time, they could even hear Qingfeng's cold and furious curses. Without a doubt, he was cursing the two of them for choosing to cooperate with a foreign race. Lei Dong's mocking voice, and the sound of tyrannical thunder's explosion, followed. After listening to the voices from the outside world for a while, Wei said, "Bring him in." The energy vibrations outside stopped. Lei Dong and Wu Xing dragged Qingfeng, who was covered in blood, and walked in. He threw Qingfeng on the ground. The two of them raised their heads and looked at Wei eagerly, as if they were waiting for him to announce the great opportunity. He looked at Qingfeng, who was covered in blood but still had a cold gaze, and said, "You would rather let the people who want to harm you get the shield than let me get it. Qingfeng, you have a strong will and are full of hatred for the other races. It seems that Dark Rock and Black Dragon were right. A person with such backbone like you can only come from the warrior clan. TSK, I never thought that the martial war clan, which had disappeared for so many years, would still exist. Furthermore, they were able to nurture someone like you. The martial war clan truly lives up to its name." Wei clicked his tongue in admiration, a faint smile on his face. Qingfeng turned around and looked at Hei Long and An Peng. His cold eyes were filled with coldness. The two of them were startled at first. Then, when they saw Qingfeng's cold gaze, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Wei had calculated that the two of them would not explain in front of such a great opportunity. Martial war clan? What kind of clan is that? Lei Dong was startled when he heard this. He was very puzzled. That is the core clan of the Martial War Alliance. It was once an extremely large and terrifying clan. It had the title of the Guardian Clan of the Martial War continent. However, it was rumored that it had been destroyed a long time ago. In the last Great War, the Martial War Clan did not appear. All the forces thought that the Martial War Clan had been destroyed. Wu Xing explained. His expression was as cold as before. When he looked at Qingfeng again, his expression was very complicated. Because of the existence of the Martial War Clan, there was the Martial War Alliance in this world. Once the Martial War Order of the Martial War Clan was issued, All the forces in the martial war continent had to listen to the orders of the martial war clan. It was also because of the existence of the martial war clan and the martial war alliance that they were able to repel the invasion of the other races time and time again. This was a clan with a long history. Compared to the self-proclaimed indigenous Luo family, the difference was like heaven and earth. Hei Long and Hei Peng's expressions were also very complicated. They did not expect to encounter someone from the martial war clan. This clan was known as the guardian of the martial war continent and was absolutely loyal to the martial war continent. Qing Feng had looked down on them for not attacking the other races. Unable to bear Qing Feng's gaze, Hei Long shook his head and said, "Now, can you take us to find the opportunity?" Glancing at the heavily injured Qing Feng, Ji Wei nodded and said, "Of course." As he spoke, Ji Wei elegantly stretched out his hand. Light flashed in his hand and he gently pressed it toward the void above his head. At the same time, he shouted, "Open." Buzz. Energy gushed out and the void trembled. The pattern above his head began to distort. Rays of light shot out in all directions. Behind Ji Wei, the others also widened their eyes and looked ahead. They were curious and nervous about the great opportunity that Ji Wei spoke of. The distorted pattern returned to normal in the next moment. The rays of light disappeared and the vibrating void also returned to normal. Ji Wei's hand was still pressing in front of him. His action was very cool before, but now it looked a little silly. What's going on? Seeing that there was no change in front of them, they were startled and looked at Ji Wei with suspicion. Maybe the force was too weak. Ji Wei's words were still calm. He raised his hand again and pressed toward the void. Then, an even more powerful energy surged out. The previous change happened again. This time, the power was even stronger, but it was still useless. After the energy dissipated, the surroundings returned to normal. "You're playing with us." Lei Yidong glared at Yang Wei with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The other few people also had unfriendly expressions on their faces. "Shut up." Ji Wei turned around and shouted at Lei Yidong. His expression was instantly filled with rage. He turned his head again and pressed down on the void twice. Terrifying energy surged in the hall, even causing the hall to shake. But as the violent energy dissipated, there was still no change in the surroundings. "Ha, you miscalculated." Seeing this, Qing Feng's loud laughter rang out. "He's too noisy. Kill him." A cold voice came from the front. It seemed that Yang Wei was really anxious and angry. Unfortunately, no one carried out his orders this time. Without benefits, no one would be foolish enough to listen to Ji Wei's orders. At this moment, Ji Wei's heart was filled with the opportunity. He was too lazy to care about these people. But after trying many methods, he still couldn't open the other space recorded in the shield. How could this be? How could this be? Ji Wei was flustered and exasperated. Everything was developing according to the jade slip. There was no negligence at all. But how could this be? Suddenly, Ji Wei thought of the strange situation that had happened earlier. The only strange thing here was that saint. That's right. It must be Zi Chen. He thought of Zi Chen and Eric entering the magma. There was no danger here, so why was there a saint hiding in the magma? Damn it. It must be Zi Chen. The people behind saw that Ji Wei didn't seem to be acting, so they didn't disturb him. Then, they heard Ji Wei's curses. Their faces changed instantly. "What do you mean? Is Zi Chen not dead?" Lei Dong asked. His eyes lit up again. As long as Zi Chen wasn't dead, the heavenly thunder wings would still be there. He would get it sooner or later. Five Element's heart trembled, and his face turned pale. If Zi Chen wasn't dead, then he would be in trouble. Hei Long and An Peng were surprised, but they didn't look happy or angry. Qing Feng, on the other hand, laughed. "I knew Zi Chen wouldn't die." Ji Wei turned around and glanced at Qing Feng coldly. "That guy died long ago. But because of his death, we couldn't get the opportunity. Now, everyone, let's leave." As he spoke, Ji Wei was about to leave the hall, but he was stopped by the others. They didn't get anything, so how could they leave so easily? Ji Wei looked a little anxious at the moment. He looked at the 4 people with a trace of anger, but he suppressed his anger and said, "Let's leave now. As for your losses, I will give each of you a piece of Saint Crystal when we go back. Leave now, or you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "What do you mean?" Everyone could accept Ji Wei's compensation. They weren't heaven-defying cultivators. After getting the Saint Crystal, there was still hope for them to enter the Saint Realm. That face from before should be our opportunity, and I don't know why it was able to appear there. Zichen and Eric have already been devoured by it. I don't know if it activated any restrictions during this period of time. With the restriction of the formation, I can deal with it. But now that the entrance is sealed, if it comes out from somewhere else, we'll all die here. Is that face really that strong? Wu Xing asked. He just wanted to confirm whether Zichen was really dead. It's much stronger than you think. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used so many shield fragments to seal this place. These fragments are supreme treasures that even saints would covet. But the predecessor was willing to leave these supreme treasures here. You can imagine how strong that existence was. Hearing Ji Wei's words, everyone's expression changed. Lei Yidong still looked unwilling, Wu Xing let out a sigh of relief, and the seriously injured Qing Feng looked regretful. Walking out of the hall, everyone went back. Lei Yidong carried the seriously injured Qing Feng along the way. The magma seems to be trembling. When they passed by a small area of magma, everyone saw ripples on the surface of the magma. "Damn it, let's go." After seeing this, Ji Wei's expression changed greatly. Without saying a word, he led everyone to speed up. While moving forward, they really did see the magma trembling. Moreover, all the magma was trembling. So, everyone took to the air and flew into the distance. When they passed by the pool of magma where Zichen had fallen, they saw that at the center of the magma, where the face had appeared, there was a whirlpool. Endless magma flowed into the whirlpool and entered the ground. This was caused by a streak of sword qi from the scabbard piercing through space. However, Yang Wei mistakenly believed that the powerful existence had begun to retrieve this energy. He was so frightened that he did not say anything and immediately turned back. Then, he controlled the half-shield and brought everyone out of the slaughtering heaven grotto. Chapter 2029. Because he had obtained half a shield, Wei knew some of the secrets of this place. He knew that the great opportunity was the existence of the array seal. This existence was much stronger than the strongest existence he knew. While Wei was excited, he was also wary of this existence. This array had existed for too long. Perhaps some uncontrollable things would happen. For example, the face that had suddenly rushed out of the magma was an unforeseen event. Although Zichen's fighting power was not weak, Wei did not think that a mere Zichen could deal with that powerful existence. It turned out that as long as he entered through the entrance, Wei could use the half-shield to forcefully activate the array. He could use the array to forcefully kill that existence and obtain his great opportunity. However, the entrance had mysteriously closed, causing Yang Wei to feel gloomy. He was also very worried, especially when he saw the magma whirlpool. He mistakenly thought that the powerful existence was about to break out of the formation, so he decisively left. Of course, he also guessed that this might be the entrance. However, he did not dare to jump in. Zichen did not know about Wei's matters. He also did not know that the heart had completely sealed the array for some reason, causing him and Wei to miss the opportunity to meet again. After refining the celestial god's blood essence, Zichen's physical body had undoubtedly become stronger. However, it seemed that Zichen still didn't dare to provoke his heart. He still wanted to make himself stronger. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the scabbard above shot out a blade light. It directly pierced through the space. Then, boundless magma poured down from above, instantly drowning Zichen. This magma was formed from the heaven god's pure energy. Although it had been diluted many times, as long as it was refined again, it could still be refined into the heaven god's energy. An endless stream of magma poured down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Zichen was very happy and surprised. He raised his head and looked at the space that did not seem to show any signs of recovering. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine the magma. In the space in front of him, Seeing the energy that should have belonged to him being refined by Zichen, the face once again let out an unwilling roar. "Boy, let's make a deal again." The face spoke again, but Zichen did not respond. "Even if your strength has skyrocketed, you won't be able to leave this place. This formation is already sealed. Why don't you let me out? We can work together to break this formation." Zichen, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at his face. "Okay, give me a few drops of essence blood first. Otherwise, I can't trust you." "You." The face glared at Zichen. Naturally, it would not foolishly give Zichen more blood essence. Not to mention whether or not Zichen would really release it after obtaining the blood essence. Once it gave the blood essence, its power would no longer be able to control this array formation. Sooner or later, Broken Saber would come down and destroy it. Zichen closed his eyes again. Golden light surged around his body as he began to refine the energy magma. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole. The lava that poured down swirled around Zichen before finally entering his body. As for Zichen, he was like a bottomless pit. He constantly devoured the magma, but it was never filled. The magma entered his body and meridians. It was condensed by the powerful perfect body, forcefully fusing more than 99% of the magma into pure energy. After that, the energy reached Zichen's abdomen, and from abdomen, it entered Zichen's world. After this pure energy arrived in Zichen's world, it rushed straight to Zichen's origins sea and fused with it, condensing into a new heaven-defying energy. Sensing that it wasn't slow at all compared to the previous condensation speed, Zichen finally relaxed. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. When he arrived previously, he saw magma everywhere on the ground. If the magma was formed by the energy of a celestial, then the magma energy was enough for Zichen to condense all the energy in the entire origin sea into heaven-defying energy, allowing him to reach the peak of the heaven realm. The magma vortex constantly entered Zichen's body, but after it was completely condensed, the energy that had been recondensed and compressed was less than 1/10,000th of what it was before. Inside the array formation, the face watched Zichen refine the energy. It was very angry, but there was nothing it could do. He had persisted for many years, but he never expected that he would exhaust himself to the limit because of a miscalculation. Back then, so many experts had failed to kill him, but today, he was about to be killed by a mere heaven realm. With the magma, it was equivalent to having an endless supply of celestial energy. Zichen condensed the heaven-defying energy at an extremely fast speed. This speed was probably thousands of times faster than when he didn't have celestial energy. This celestial energy was indeed very magical. In fact, Zichen didn't know that this wasn't just celestial energy, but also celestial blood essence. With the integration of celestial energy, the grade of Zichen's heaven-defying energy naturally increased again. Inside the array formation, the face could only watch as Zichen continued to grow stronger. There was nothing he could do about it. Now, he could only constantly regret and hope that Zichen's strength wouldn't increase too much when he was at his peak. As long as he could kill Zichen with the final blow, he could still leave. As Zichen absorbed the energy, the magma on the ground began to flow away. After an unknown amount of time, many places that had been filled with magma revealed rocks that hadn't been melted by the magma. Many pools that had been filled with magma had already dried up. More than half of Zichen's origins sea had been transformed into heaven-defying energy. This heaven-defying energy was enough for Zichen to squander as much as he wanted. It seemed that because the amount of heaven-defying energy in his body had exceeded the amount of origins energy, the rate of condensation of the heaven-defying energy, which was already very fast, actually increased again. The heaven-defying energy that Zichen had once estimated would take tens of thousands of years to condense was completely condensed in a relatively short amount of time here. The space that the scabbard had broken open hadn't healed yet. Magma continued to pour in. During this time, the heart was still beating naturally. The energy that escaped was devoured by Zichen before it could turn into magma. Damn it, damn it. The face raised its head and looked at the scabbard next to the broken blade. Its eyes were full of resentment. This guy's arrival had completely disrupted its plan. After miscalculating, It was about to lose everything. His spiritual senses sank into the world and turned into Zichen's appearance. He stood above the sea of energy. At this moment, more than half of the sea of energy had turned golden. Golden energy had always been Zichen's main energy. This was because the perfect series was golden in nature. The remaining energy was a variety of origin laws that hadn't changed yet. Standing above the sea of energy, Zichen beckoned with one hand. A ball of golden heaven-defying energy fell into Zichen's palm. Feeling this heaven-defying energy that was much stronger than before, Zichen smiled faintly. There shouldn't be any heaven-defying person who has heavenly God energy in their body. The heavenly God energy had been completely integrated into Zichen's heaven-defying energy and was also analyzed by this world. When this world had the ability to create heaven-defying energy, then the new heaven-defying energy that appeared would contain heavenly God energy. This was the peculiarity of the perfect world. Using his right hand, Zichen gently tossed the ball of heaven-defying energy into the air. The ball of energy split into two halves in midair. One of the halves emitted a dazzling golden light and became extremely hot and violent. This was the extreme yang energy. On the other side, the golden energy suddenly turned silver. It became cold and violent. This was extreme yin. Zichen could feel the berserk feeling contained within the two energies. At the same time, he could also feel the destructive force produced after the two energies rejected each other. It was a pity that the current him did not have the ability to fuse these two energies. Once they were perfectly fused, Zichen believed that his combat strength would definitely be able to destroy the world. Under the control of Zichen's mind, the two energies forcibly came into contact with each other. The two energies constantly twisted and intertwined, and a destructive aura spread out. Boom! The small amount of energy produced a huge destructive force. Violent ripples spread in all directions. This was the result of the forced fusion. Seeing this scene, Zichen shook his head. As his realm and strength increased, his extreme yin and yang energies also became more powerful. Both of these energies were extremely terrifying. Now, Zichen felt that he couldn't control them very well. As for the origin energy below, Zichen could easily turn it into either extreme yin or extreme yang, but it was impossible to turn the extreme yin and extreme yang into heaven-defying energy. It could be said that Zichen used pure heaven-defying energies most of the time. He didn't change their attributes. Once he changed their attributes, he would need to use all of these transformed energies. This was because Zichen currently didn't have the ability to take back these energies that had already become extreme yang or extreme yin. At present, it seemed that Zichen had two types of extreme energies. In fact, he could only use one type to fight. Of course, after obtaining a clone, Zichen could use this type of energy together with his clone. Visible to the naked eye, the energy in the entire origin sea was changing. Like a wave, it moved in one direction and finally turned pure gold. The moment the various origin laws turned golden, there was only one type of origin law energy left. That was the law-breaking, heaven-defying energy. The moment the heaven-defying energy took shape, Zichen's world shook slightly and underwent obvious changes. At this moment, the grade of the entire world was raised by a level due to the advancement of the energy. With the advancement of the world, Zichen also gained a lot of benefits. Among them, the most obvious was Zichen's spiritual thoughts. Zichen, who was formed by his spiritual thoughts, was originally flashing with golden light. However, as the world changed, the golden light on Zichen's spiritual thoughts became more and more dazzling. His spiritual thoughts became stronger and purer. This was a change in both quality and quantity. Chapter 2030. As his spiritual senses skyrocketed, Zichen's mental state naturally became better. The advancement of the world led to the transformation of his spiritual senses. At the same time, it also caused the world to undergo earth-shaking changes. The most important point was that Zichen did not need to worry about condensing heaven-defying energy in the future. This was because the advancement of the world brought another great benefit to Zichen, which was that the energy created in this world was all heaven-defying energy. On the other hand, Zichen could easily convert this heaven-defying energy into other types of nomological energy. His energy had transformed, His spiritual senses had transformed, and his physical body had also undergone a transformation. Zichen's current combat strength had reached the peak of the heaven realm. In such a short period of time, there was such a significant change. It had to be said that this was a great opportunity. It was believed that in this world, in the endless starry sky, there might not be such an opportunity again. Since his combat strength had reached the peak, it was naturally time to deal with the heart in the outside world. Letting the heaven-defying energy slip through his fingers, Zichen revealed a cold smile. His perfect spiritual sense dissipated from the sky above the heaven-defying sea. In the outside world, Zichen opened his eyes. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and a powerful aura was released from his body. The aura swept through this space like a gale. This naturally alarmed the face. It looked at Zichen, and the flames in its eye sockets jumped. At this moment, the terrifying pressure from before no longer had any effect on Zichen. His powerful physical body, coupled with the heaven-defying energy that had been integrated with the heaven-defying energy of the heavenly god, was able to withstand the surrounding pressure very easily. Under this pressure, Zichen stood up very easily. Then, he moved his body, which had not moved for a long time, and his bones made a sound like frying beans. He looked at the face and said, "Now, it's time to fight to the death." In the eyes of the face, flames flickered, and it said coldly, "Fight to the death." "Very well, as long as you dare to come in." A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zichen looked up. He could not see the array that filled this place, but he knew that this array was very strong. He had already personally experienced the uniqueness of the heavenly god's energy. Naturally, he would not foolishly rush in and have a life-and-death battle with the face in the opponent's home ground. Although he didn't know much about array formations, he and LV Peng had been life-and-death brothers for over 1,000 years. Occasionally, he would be able to understand some things from a few sentences. In this formation, the sphere was undoubtedly the most important. It was mainly responsible for trapping. As for whether it was responsible for killing, Zichen was not too sure. As for the broken saber, it was undoubtedly a deterrent or a slash, but it was definitely not the main function. This was because Zichen had seen the broken saber attack before. However, it was always passive. If the broken saber was active, the saber light would appear continuously. It was only now that Zichen could finally relax and look at the array, the white ball, and the broken black saber. Of course, the scabbard that had saved Zichen's life beside the broken black saber could not be ignored. The sphere was the core of the array. Not only did it trap the heart, but it also caused the energy contained in the heart to continuously dissipate, causing the heart to become weaker and weaker. As for the broken saber, well, Zichen looked at the broken saber and then at the scabbard next to it. A question suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that the saber corresponding to the extraordinary scabbard was this broken saber in front of him? After thinking about this question, Zichen instantly understood. It was precisely because he had the scabbard that the face had asked him to draw the saber. Obviously, the saber and scabbard were one. Ever since Zichen stepped into the heaven realm, he had killed many heaven realm experts and obtained many heavenly sabers. However, these heavenly sabers were incompatible with the scabbard. If the scabbard and the scabbard are one, then wouldn't the saber drawing technique be used again? Zichen thought of this question that he should have thought of long ago. Previously, he had been too nervous and did not have time to think about it. However, at this moment, Zichen suddenly realized that not only had he obtained a great opportunity, but he had also obtained the heavenly saber corresponding to the scabbard. The saber drawing technique was still fresh in Zichen's memory. It was too powerful, but he had been unable to use it. This made Zichen feel very regretful. "You want me to save you?" When he thought about the possibility of the saber and the scabbard being one, Zichen quickly sorted out his thoughts and looked at the face again. "You will be kind enough to help." The face looked at Zichen and spoke calmly. However, it did not show any expectation. "Can I save you if I take away the broken saber? However, this broken saber shouldn't be that easy to take, right?" Zichen asked tentatively. The face did not answer Zichen because it could no longer figure out what Zichen wanted to do. Looking at the silent face, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Yes, you said earlier that as long as I take away the broken saber, you can break the seal. Since you helped me, I naturally can't be ungrateful. I should indeed help you. You really want to help me? The face looked at Zichen, its expression changing. Of course. After saying that, Zichen's figure rose into the air. Looking at Zichen in the air, the face was already a little excited. It had been imprisoned for so many years and was very clear about the array here. If Zichen rushed up rashly, not only would he not be able to take the broken saber, but he would also trigger the array and trigger the saber light of the broken saber. With Zichen's weak strength, it was impossible for him to withstand the attack of the broken saber. The slightly expectant face was soon disappointed. Even if Zichen deliberately ignored the scabbard's function, the scabbard was an existence that had recognized its master and would automatically protect its master. Just as Zichen touched the array formation, a ray of light came from the scabbard. This ray of light landed on Zichen's body, allowing Zichen to avoid a crisis. He cursed inwardly, damn it, and could only watch silently. Zichen, who was enveloped by the light, grabbed the scabbard in his hand and came to the side of the broken saber. Light surged on the scabbard, completely protecting Zichen. Standing in front of the broken saber, Zichen's expression looked calm, but he was very nervous. Although he had some guesses, when he really put away the saber, he became hesitant and nervous. He was a little worried that he would not be able to take away the broken saber. He was also worried that he would not be able to fuse it perfectly after taking it away and that he would not be able to use the saber drawing technique again. If he could use the saber drawing technique again, Zichen was confident in dealing with the heart. However, if he could not use the saber drawing technique, Zichen was not confident in dealing with the heart. The array formation above had been closed, and with Zichen's strength, he would not be able to break out. Everything was as the face had said. Although his battle prowess had reached its peak, he could not leave. If the two of them did not choose to work together, they would have to fight to the death. Of course, the most important thing was that Zichen did not want to miss this opportunity to obtain the broken saber, the white orb, and the beating heart. Just 6 drops of the sky god's blood essence was enough for Zichen to taste the sweetness. Of course, he would not miss out on this complete heart. Perhaps after completely refining it, he would be able to become a saint in one step. Looking at the jet-black broken saber in front of him, Zichen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After repeating this 3 times, he gradually calmed down and stretched out his hand to grab the broken saber. On his hand, a golden light surged. This was heaven-defying energy. However, the broken saber did not seem to be affected by the heaven-defying energy. Even though it did not counterattack when Zichen stretched out his hand, there was a massive resistance in front of Zichen, preventing him from grabbing the broken saber's hilt. Below, seeing that Zichen had really gone to draw the saber, the face looked up. The flames in its eye sockets continuously danced, and it had the urge to curse. If it had drawn the saber earlier, it would have been confident in breaking through the array and killing Zichen. However, it had consumed so much of its energy that even if it took the broken saber away, it would only be able to last a bit longer. How could it have the energy to break through the array? However, it seemed that Zichen would not be able to take the broken saber away. How is this possible? Isn't this the scabbard? Just as the face was feeling puzzled, it saw rays of light emerge from the scabbard in Zichen's left hand. This light was like a stream of water that extended to Zichen's arm, enveloping his entire arm. After the energy from the scabbard enveloped Zichen's arm, Zichen clearly felt that the resistance in front of him had disappeared. He moved forward with ease and placed his right hand on the hilt of the saber. The energy from the scabbard passed through Zichen's hand and landed on the hilt of the saber, causing the broken saber to tremble slightly. From this tremor, there was a hint of excitement and agitation. On the broken saber, a black light shone, and it no longer repelled Zichen, who was holding the broken saber. Zichen exerted strength in his right hand, wanting to pull out the broken saber. But at this moment, in the entire space, beams of energy appeared. These beams of light were like an inescapable net that intersected with each other, covering the entire space. This inescapable net seemed to have no end, extending into the depths of the void. This was the original form of the formation. At the center of the inescapable net was the white ball. Zichen's guess was not wrong. It was the core of the formation that was connected to the inescapable net. As for the broken saber on the other side, it was just a branch of the formation. As Zichen exerted force to pull out the broken saber, the entire formation was affected and trembled. In the formation that was connected to the broken saber, some rays of light were forcibly broken. However, this did not affect the integrity of the formation. It was just that those rays of light that were used to attack gradually disappeared as the broken saber was pulled out. The trapping formation with the ball as the core was still there. Inch by inch, the broken saber left the formation. The face watched nervously. He was cursing Zichen in his heart. Why didn't he do this earlier? Swoosh. When the broken saber was completely pulled out, some of the formation patterns in the formation naturally dissipated. However, the inescapable net was still there. It was not affected at all and slowly disappeared. After pulling out the broken saber, Zichen's figure descended and landed in the space. Then, he held the scabbard in his left hand and the saber in his right hand. He was ready to merge the scabbard with the scabbard. In fact, at this moment, Zichen could clearly sense some kind of emotion coming from the broken saber. That emotion was like meeting a brother who had been separated for a long time. Unsurprisingly, the saber entered the scabbard and became one. Seeing this scene, Zichen's eyes lit up and he became excited again. At this moment, his right hand was still holding the scabbard. As his right hand slowly exerted force, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. This feeling was the saber drawing technique. Zichen's heart was beating faster and he was very excited. Chapter 2031. The broken sword automatically absorbed the energy in Zichen's body. The absorption was very fast, like a bottomless hole that could never be filled. Facing this situation, Zichen did not look surprised or nervous. This was because the broken sword recognized him as its master. Zichen could not wait. It was obviously not easy to make the broken sword recognize him as its master. However, Zichen had the scabbard, so it was much easier to make the broken sword recognize him as its master through the scabbard. Absorb. Absorb more. The broken sword absorbed heaven-defying energy. If it was in the past, Zichen would have been heartbroken. However, he had reached the peak of the heaven realm and had a huge amount of heaven-defying energy in his body. Naturally, he would not be stingy. The more energy the scabbard absorbed, the stronger it would be after it recognized him as its master. The face looked at Zichen from across the space. At this moment, Zichen's expression was very interesting. He kept smiling. That smile looked very silly and stupid to the face. Whether it was a silly smile or an overly excited smile, it showed that Zichen had gained a lot. No, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had gained a lot. His original intention was to stop Ji Wei from obtaining the shield and kill him to see if he could obtain the shield. He did not expect such a thing to happen midway. Previously, he should have been able to escape the face's devouring, but because of the scabbard's sudden strength, he was trapped. Now, it seemed that the scabbard had intentionally given him a great opportunity. As for why the scabbard knew that there was a great opportunity here, it was naturally because of the broken sword. Now that the scabbard had returned to its original state, although it was only a broken sword, it allowed Zichen to use the sword drawing technique. In the following life and death battle with the face, Zichen was naturally more confident. Suddenly, the silly smile on Zichen's face froze. His expression seemed to be a little stunned as he stood there without moving. The face looked at Zichen, not knowing what he was doing. After a short moment, Zichen opened his eyes, and a ghastly cold light flickered within his bright eyes. He looked at the face in front of him and said coldly, "You don't belong here, so you have to die." His expression changed slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's body glowed with a golden light as his energy surged. At the same time, the scabbard in his hand also emitted a blinding light. This light forcibly penetrated the distorted space and illuminated the entire space. As the aura was too strong, the surrounding space distorted even more intensely. For a moment, nothing could be seen in this space, only the endless light shining. Even the heart and the orb could not be seen. Only the dazzling light could be seen. The next moment, a figure appeared in the strong light. The figure was emitting a golden light and was holding a sheathed saber in his hand. The aura of a heaven-defying cultivator instantly became violent. In the dazzling light, the figure was even more dazzling. The aura surging around him was extremely powerful, as if he had displayed his peak state in an instant. As he moved forward, he displayed extreme speed. In an instant, he passed through the space enveloped by the sphere. This was the scene that the face had been looking forward to the most. He did not expect Zi Chen to rush in like this. However, Zi Chen, who had rushed in, did not do anything to the face. Instead, he rushed directly to the beating heart. As he moved forward, his left hand hung in the air while his right hand rested on the hilt of the saber. It seemed that he was going to perform an ultimate strike. He ignored the face and went straight for the heart. Boundless golden light wreaked havoc in this space with terrifying energy. Seeing this scene, the face was not nervous. It was not even surprised. In its eye sockets, the flames continued to flicker. It seemed to be very excited. Its figure dissipated into thin air, and in the next moment, the heart began to shrink. This was a violent contraction. Even its size had shrunk too much. It was as if it had suddenly lost its energy and shriveled up. However, as the heart shrank, there was a dangerous aura coming from the heart. Dong! As the heart shrank, Zi Chen rushed forward. Just as he was about to reach it, the shrinking heart began to expand. The entire space was filled with a thumping sound. This sound was like the sound of heaven and earth. It shook one's soul and shook one's mind. Zi Chen, who was moving forward, seemed to be at a loss in his cold eyes. The extremely fast speed of his attack also paused for a moment. A golden ripple spread out from the heart and swept across Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen's hand that was about to pull out the saber completely stopped. His expression was completely sluggish. Just as the golden light swept across Zi Chen's body, a fist emitting a bloody light appeared in front of the heart and hit the sluggish Zi Chen's chest. This blow was very real and very ruthless. Zi Chen, whose body was shining with a golden light, instantly extinguished the light on his body. His entire body became ordinary, and after the golden light disappeared, his body was instantly sent flying backwards by this punch. Seeing that Zi Chen was about to rush out of the light shield, the heart beat again. A large amount of bloody light rushed out and formed another light shield in the middle of the light shield. Bang! Zi Chen, who was flying backwards, smashed heavily into the blood-red light barrier. The entire barrier was trembling. Zi Chen's powerful momentum was blocked in an instant, and then he fell to the ground. Cracks began to appear on the blood-colored light barrier where his body had just touched it. Seeing that Zi Chen had fallen down and was motionless, the beating heart's volume had clearly shrunk. The light on the surface of its body had become increasingly dim. The blow just now could be considered its final blow. As for the result, it had instantly killed Zi Chen. The face reappeared. It looked at Zi Chen, who was motionless on the ground and had lost all signs of life in an instant. It couldn't help but laugh complacently. Ha ha, with such little strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of this god of heaven? Even though this god of heaven has consumed 99% of my energy, I can still kill you in an instant. Although it's a bit of a loss to kill a puny heavenly stage like you at a great cost, you are still the most unpredictable rebel, the face said proudly. However, before it could finish its words, it was as if its mouth had been gagged. It abruptly stopped talking. In the entire space, the dazzling light from before was dissipating. As the dazzling light dissipated, a Zi Chen, who was holding a scabbard, could be seen outside the light shield. He stood there in a daze, motionless, as if he had been petrified. How could there be two? The face looked at the two Zi Chen. It was also stunned. The flames in its eye sockets kept jumping, as if it had seen a ghost. Swoosh! In the next moment, Zi Chen, who had died in front of the face, turned into energy and dissipated into thin air. Damn it, it's a doppelganger. How could it be a doppelganger? Looking at the dissipating Zi Chen, the face cursed angrily. It was shocked and puzzled. It had forcibly used a doppelganger to go out more than once, but all its means were suppressed. It could only use the power of its body. Doppelganger was obviously a magical ability, and it was impossible to use it outside. Moreover, it had been showing a very weak appearance before, so it was impossible for Chen to suspect it. How could this be? How could this be? The face kept roaring. Its whole body was jumping up and down, sometimes rushing forward. When it encountered the barrier, it would bump into it. If it was a normal human, it would have been fuming with anger. Damn it, it must be you, it must be you, it's you again. The face's gaze swept past Chen and stared at Du and Dao. None of this made sense, but Du and Dao had been with it for a long time, so it naturally knew what it was capable of. If all of this was attributed to Du and Dao, then everything would make sense. No matter how the face roared and how angry it was, Chen did not have any reaction. His expression did not change because he was really dumbfounded, as if he was really petrified. After Du and Dao recognized him as its master, it sent out a thought. This thought clearly told him that the heart still had a trick up its sleeve, and he must be careful. Therefore, Chen and Du and Dao quickly communicated with each other through spiritual thoughts. After Du and Dao paid a certain price, Chen was able to use the price to successfully activate the golden body. After that, Chen and the scabbard worked together to change the space here, causing light to fill every corner. It looked like Chen had forcibly raised his strength to the peak to fight with the heart. In addition, there was almost no difference between the golden body and the real body. In addition, the time was so short that there was no time for the heart to think carefully. Therefore, such a show was created. However, what Chen did not expect was that the heart, which was obviously on the verge of dying, still had such a powerful attack. In just an instant, it killed his golden body. One had to know that the battle strength of his golden body was the same as that of his real body. Since the heart could kill his golden body, it could naturally kill his real body quickly. It could be said that he had saved his life again. Hearing the banging sound, Chen came back to his senses. He just happened to see the face hitting its head on the barrier, looking very angry. When he looked at the heart behind him, its size had obviously shrunk a lot, and its luster had become dimmer. It was completely exhausted. The heart had indeed exhausted a lot of energy. Without the threat of Du and Dao, it was lucky that when it attacked Chen, it forcibly separated a part of its energy. This part of energy was enough to ensure that it could completely kill Chen. However, it did not expect that it would only kill a clone. At this point, even if Chen did not kill it, it would slowly dissipate as the formation here operated. Go, exhaust it as much as you can. After coming back to his senses, Chen heard the will of Du and Dao. However, this will was much weaker than before. All these years, it had been maintaining the formation, and it had also consumed a lot of energy. In addition, it had forcefully paid the price under the formation just now, and it was about to fall into a deep sleep. The sword soul, which had paid a huge price, had already expelled Chen's biggest threat. Now, Chen was very confident in dealing with a severely exhausted heart of God. He held the scabbard in his hand tightly and stepped forward. As he moved forward, his body began to shine with a golden light. This time, it was the real body, and it could only be the real body. P.S. There were not enough people in the group yesterday, so there was no update today. This is the second chapter of the normal update. Group number 3987700240. Chapter 2032. Chen held the scabbard in his hand and walked toward the space in front of him. His steps were slow but steady, and his expression was cold. The expression on the face was constantly changing. Behind it, the heart was still beating deliberately under the control of the array formation, and its energy was still flowing away. If it weren't for this damn array formation, it could have chosen to sleep. Even after tens of millions of years, after waking up, it would still be the heart of God, and it would still be an existence that no one could kill. But now, the once powerful face was very weak. It was so weak that even a small heaven realm cultivator could threaten it. It was unwilling to accept this. This was like a conspiracy, a scheme, but it took tens of millions of years. It was the scheme of dozens or even hundreds of generations. Chen didn't know what the face was thinking at this moment. He walked into the barrier without any hindrance. Then, he looked at the face and punched out. golden light flashed, and the dazzling fist light illuminated the space. Before the fist light landed, the face naturally dissipated. At this moment, the heart wouldn't waste any more energy. The face dissipated and turned into energy that was retracted by the heart. The light on the heart seemed to brighten slightly. Then, the heart began to beat, trying to catch the frequency of Zichen's heartbeat. Hum. Golden light flashed around Zichen's body, and his perfect body appeared. At the same time, his perfect spiritual sense covered his entire body, preventing any energy from invading his body. Thump. The heart suddenly beat. This sudden appearance was like a direct hit to Zichen's heart. Any defense was useless. Zichen's face turned slightly pale, but it quickly became ruddy. His powerful body wasn't affected at all. He took a few steps forward and punched out. The dazzling golden color carried a powerful aura as it went straight for the beating heart. Thump. The floating heart trembled slightly and moved forward. Wherever it passed, ripples appeared in the space. A powerful pressure filled this small space. Boom. Above the heart, a brilliance flashed and collided with Zichen's powerful punch. Then, a powerful force surged, and the fist light shattered. Zichen's figure retreated. Zichen, who was retreating, forcibly suppressed his churning internal organs. He raised his head to look at the heart with a face full of surprise. He didn't expect that after the previous wave of exhaustion, the other party would still have such powerful strength. If it wasn't for the fact that his body had been strengthened and transformed time and time again, the impact just now would have shattered his right arm and body in an instant. Just a simple hit from the heart was already much more powerful than the previous attack from Eric Man. Brat, it won't be that easy to kill this heavenly god. A face appeared on the surface of the heart. It looked at Zichen and said coldly. Zichen remained silent. His feet flashed as he rushed towards the heart in front of him. Golden light flashed. The heart once again rushed towards Zichen, bringing with it an extremely powerful force. The terrifying power caused cracks to appear in space one after another. Zichen shifted his feet and instantly blocked the attack. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched toward his heart. This attack wasn't Zichen's peak strength. This was because Zichen was using close-range combat. After the first attack, he had to reserve some strength for a second attack as soon as possible. Buzz. However, just as this punch landed on the heart, Zichen felt a huge rebound force pass through his fist. His figure retreated, the huge force causing him to stagger. Brat, it's useless. You're just a heaven realm cultivator. How can you shake this heavenly god? The heart naturally sensed Zichen's intention to attack. The face that appeared on the surface of its body smiled coldly. Without the suppression of the broken sword, it could display even more power. This power was somewhat beyond its expectations. Previously, it was still somewhat in despair. However, after the real confrontation, it realized that Zichen wasn't as strong as it thought. The heart still contained a terrifying power. Zichen's close-range combat was obviously useless. Moreover, if it didn't use a powerful attack, it couldn't hurt its opponent at all. Again. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zichen rushed forward again. The heaven-defying energy in his body kept surging toward the surface of his body. The dazzling fist light illuminated the surroundings as it directly hit the heart. Boom. Under the strong confrontation, the fist light shattered. Zichen's body was once again pushed back. The terrifying energy shockwave shook the space until it dissipated. Being in this space, Zichen realized that the energy that naturally dissipated during the beating of the heart didn't all turn into magma. Instead, part of it turned into magma, and part of it was absorbed by the array. Of course, the array absorbed the energy first, and then the remaining energy dispersed and turned into magma. In this way, Zichen also understood why the array was still strong and powerful after so many years. It was because the source of the array's energy was the heart. Zichen, who was in the core of the array, couldn't escape the restriction of the array. The energy in his body was dissipating on its own. This kind of consumption was quite large. Without energy replenishment, it was indeed fatal. Boom. In this final moment of life and death, the heart was no longer floating. It kept attacking Zichen. Its power was getting stronger and stronger. Rumbling sounds constantly resounded between heaven and earth. At this point, the heart began to attack fiercely. During this period, the face that kept appearing on the surface of the body was also staring at Zichen ferociously. "What's the use of you holding this broken saber? If you give it to me, I will be able to get out." Zichen was pushed back again. The difference in power between the two was still very big. Speaking of which, Zichen could walk freely under this kind of terrifying pressure, which was already very strong. Hearing the words of the face, Zichen didn't say a word. He didn't care about wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He rushed forward again and punched again. With this punch, the space seemed to be torn apart. An even more powerful force gushed out. During the attack, Zichen's left hand held the scabbard tightly. However, he didn't use the saber even once. Zichen's punch was obviously accumulating power. The face on the surface of the heart, which was emitting a bloody light, smiled sarcastically. The next moment, a golden light appeared in front of the face. The moment this golden light appeared, the surrounding space clearly began to distort. Then, an indescribable pressure filled the space. The moment this pressure appeared, the energy circulating in Zichen's body seemed to slow down. His body also swayed slightly. The power of his previous attack was directly reduced by 20%. Zichen was very familiar with that golden light. It was the energy of the Skyguard's blood essence. However, the pressure emitted by the one in front of him was more than 1,000 times stronger than when Zichen had first obtained it. Zichen looked at the Skyguard's energy in front of him in shock. "Humph, boy, you think you got my blood essence? Let me tell you, it's just some residue left for you after the formation devoured it. It's not the real Skyguard's blood essence." Seeing Zichen's shocked expression, the face snorted coldly and said, "Even if it's only a drop of this Skyguard's blood essence, it can instantly kill a little thing like you. If it weren't for that damn formation, you wouldn't be qualified to jump around in front of me." Zichen was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The golden light that appeared turned into an energy fist and directly collided with Zichen's fist. Bang! A loud sound was heard. A terrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. The surging energy on Zichen's arm instantly dissipated. Then, the bones in his entire arm were completely shattered. His body was also sent flying backward. This blow was very powerful. Even Zichen's bones, which were comparable to heaven-defying weapons, were shattered. It was believed that even if a heavenly weapon was placed here, it would also be shattered by this punch. It was worthy of being a former sky god. Even if it only had a heart left, even if it had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, even if it had consumed a lot of its energy, it was still not a match for a mere peak heavenly realm. However, the face was not satisfied with such a blow. Because, under normal circumstances, the means it displayed were enough to kill a heavenly realm expert, not just shatter the opponent's arm. Under the suppression of the formation and the huge consumption, even the energy of the Skyguard's blood essence was greatly weakened. Zichen, who was sent flying backwards, did not manage to fly out of the outside world. His heart had already created a new light shield, blocking Zichen within it. After smashing into the light shield and falling down, Zichen immediately urged the energy in his body to quickly repair the damage to his right arm. The shock on his face did not fade for a long time. His right arm was almost crippled. Zichen could only use his left arm and left hand. However, at this moment, he was still holding the scabbard tightly. Once he let go, the scabbard would be taken away. Therefore, at this moment, Zichen, because he was reluctant to let go of the scabbard, looked like he had no strength to resist. The beating heart instantly came in front of Zichen. The face that appeared looked at Zichen and said, "Boy, I know you want to waste time, but this sky god will not give you the chance." As the voice fell, the golden energy in front of the face surged again. The suffocating pressure appeared again. Obviously, the face had used the Skyguard's blood essence again. This time, the Skyguard's blood essence turned into a short spear. It emitted an unimaginable power and pierced toward Zichen's heart. Puff! Zichen's heart was instantly pierced by the short spear. Facing this attack, he had almost no strength to resist. His strong body was useless. After the heart was pierced, the face appeared. It looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Everything is over. As long as I shatter your heart and soul, you will die." Zichen endured the pain. The energy in his body was still repairing his right arm. He looked at the face and said, "Maybe you don't have the strength to attack." The heart did not have the strength to attack because the face could only speak and could not attack. The heart could only attack and did not seem to have any other means. "Boy, you underestimate this sky god." As the cold words fell, a golden light flashed in front of the heart. In the flashing golden light, a golden figure appeared. It was a tall figure, but it wasn't Eric's face. It was an arrogant guy with a cold aura around him. "It is the sky god's soul." The moment he saw the tall figure, Zichen's pupils shrank. His left hand that was holding the scabbard began to exert strength. "P.S. I don't know why, but I suddenly caught a cold. My body is too weak." Chapter 2033. The figure standing in front of Zichen was the soul of the god. It could also be said that he was the will of the heart of the god. He was the true controller of the heart of the god. The face from before had been manifested by him, and the two Ahrimans had also consumed his spiritual sense. He was a spiritual sense, but he was also the soul of the god. Of course, he could also be called the remnant soul of the god. He looked down at Zichen, who was currently seriously injured, with a hint of arrogance on his face. Zichen was now half leaning against the blood-red light barrier. There was a golden energy spear in his chest. His shattered right arm was recovering. As long as the other party moved slightly, Zichen would die in the next moment. However, Zichen raised his head and looked at the other party. Looking at the other party's cold face, he knew that this should be the true face of the god of heaven. Feeling the aura of the other party that was still so violent and suffocating, Zichen really couldn't imagine how strong this existence was at his peak. How powerful was this existence that could take out his heart and seal it here? "Boy, it's all over. Your heart should explode. You should die." The soul of the god of heaven slowly stretched out his hand and smiled at Zichen. He grabbed the short spear in Zichen's body. Zichen's shocked expression also had a hint of coldness. He said to the soul of the god of heaven above him, "My heart exploded. I'll use yours to replace it." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light surged in Zichen's left hand. The scabbard that he hadn't used since the beginning of the battle emitted a bright light at this moment. The broken blade in the scabbard trembled slightly. Zichen's shattered right arm had unknowingly recovered. His right hand was also unknowingly placed on the hilt of the blade. Zichen's expression was cold and crazy because life and death were in an instant. "Either you die or I die." The heavenly god's soul clearly sensed Zichen's abnormality, and its arrogant expression immediately changed. Even before the broken blade left its scabbard, it still felt a sense of crisis. Grabbing the short spear, it immediately exerted force, wanting to be the first to shatter Zichen's heart and extinguish Zichen's soul. At this moment, Zichen exerted force with his right hand. Swoosh! The broken saber that was previously sheathed was unsheathed once again. The saber drawing technique, which had disappeared for a long time, had truly appeared in this world after tens of thousands of years. The originally pitch-black blade suddenly flashed with a bright light. This light was like the light at the beginning of the world. It was bright but not blinding. This light illuminated the space once again, filling the entire space. The originally oppressive atmosphere seemed to have become gentler because of the appearance of this bright light. Under the illumination of the bright saber light, the heavenly god's soul's expression had completely frozen. Or rather, it was too late to change. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. His expression, which was almost frozen, was becoming distorted and seemed to be struggling. It was the hesitation of facing death and not knowing whether to advance or retreat. At this moment, he finally understood why Zichen was so vulnerable and why Zichen had not used this saber for so long. It turned out that he had been waiting for this moment to arrive. Everything that had happened before was to lure the enemy. And all of this was obviously because of the broken saber. He was unwilling and regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have been so impulsive. If he had not taken the initiative to devour them and allowed them to come here step by step, perhaps due to internal conflicts, he would have had a chance to escape. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The bright saber light swept past the heavenly god's soul and then extinguished. The space became dark again. The heavenly god's soul was cut in half from the middle. At this moment, the heavenly god's soul had only shattered Zichen's heart. It had not completely shattered it. The saber light flashed and disappeared. The heavenly god's soul dispersed, turning into a wave of heavenly soul energy. However, before the energy could be reabsorbed by the heart of the god, the white ball in the sky above the array, which had been motionless all this time, trembled. Then, it emitted a ray of light. The light fell on the scattered heavenly god's soul and then forcibly took the heavenly god's soul away. After the heavenly god's soul dissipated, the golden short spear stabbed into Zichen's heart turned into energy and dissipated. After the slash, Zichen lost the strength to withdraw the saber. He had killed the heavenly god's soul so easily. In addition to the extraordinary saber drawing technique, there was also the soul power that the saber soul had given to the broken saber before it fell asleep. This soul power could only allow Zichen to slash once, and this slash had to be on the heavenly god's soul. This was because the current Zichen did not have the strength to destroy the heavenly god's soul, even if it was only the remnant of the heavenly god's soul. Because the remnant of the soul had dissipated, the heart gradually stopped beating and floated in the air. There was still a terrifying power hidden in the heart, but it was no longer the heart of the god. Instead, it was a heart that contained the heavenly god's blood essence. It was a true treasure. This array targeted the soul, not the real energy. The heavenly god's soul had disappeared, and the remaining energy in the heart was no longer flowing away. However, the energy in Zichen's body was still flowing away. The slash just now had consumed a lot of his body, but it was all worth it. This time, not only had he obtained the broken saber, but his cultivation had also reached the peak of the heavenly realm. Even his physical body had undergone a perfect transformation. Other than that, the biggest gain was, of course, the heart. It had to be known that the heart was filled with the heavenly god's blood essence. It was a really high-level item, even if it had been greatly reduced because of the loss of energy. After a short rest, Zichen suppressed the recovery of the injury in his chest. He slowly stood up and walked in front of the huge heart. He reached out his hand and placed it on the heart. His spiritual senses entered the heart through his right hand. Before he took the heart, Zichen had to make sure that there was no remnant soul inside, because the level of the remnant soul was too high for him to deal with. After carefully probing the heart with his spiritual senses and making sure that there was no trace of the remnant soul, Zichen withdrew his spiritual senses and released waves of energy from his body. These waves of energy landed on the surface of the heart, causing it to start to shrink little by little. During the shrinking process, the color of the heart also changed. The previous blood-red color gradually turned into a light gold color, then a golden color. In the end, it burst out with a dazzling golden light. When the huge heart burst out with a dazzling golden light, it also shrank to the size of a fist. Zichen held the dead heart in his hand and sent it to his chest. Rather than calling it a heart, it would be better to call it an energy ball that contained the heavenly god's blood essence. When it arrived in front of Zichen's chest, the heart turned into a ray of golden light and entered Zichen's heart. Zichen's heart, which was already emitting a golden light, immediately burst out with an even more dazzling golden light after fusing with the heavenly god's heart. The two hearts had not been able to fuse for the time being, but the energy that emerged from the heart allowed the injury in Zichen's chest to heal quickly. Soon, Zichen's injuries were completely healed. The fused heart was Zichen's biggest gain. Following the fusion of the heart, Zichen's vitality had not only become stronger, but the heavenly god's blood essence in the heavenly god's heart had also been fused into Zichen's body bit by bit. The heavenly god's blood essence was naturally a good thing for tempering one's physical body. Just 6 drops had allowed Zichen's physical body to soar. Now that he had obtained a complete heart, the strength of Zichen's physical body would shock everyone in the future. After doing all this, it seemed like it was time to go out. Zichen raised his head and glanced at the sphere. Although his gains were not small, He naturally could not miss out on such a good thing. Although Zichen's energy was constantly being consumed while he was in the array did not suppress Zichen at all. Zichen did not even need to borrow the power of the scabbard to walk out of the barrier naturally. As Zichen walked out, the array, which could not sense the slightest soul, began to automatically absorb the magma that had been deliberately spread out previously due to the lack of energy after operating for some time. An endless stream of magma fell from above and landed on the large net of the array. Then, it was compressed and absorbed. As the magma was completely absorbed, the array could no longer absorb any other energy. However, the huge array still needed to operate, so it began to dissipate on its own. The large net that extended into the void began to shrink until it reached this place. If Zichen was in the outside world at this moment, he would definitely be able to see that when the array dissipated, the pattern above the hall had already disappeared first, leaving only a lonely hall. After losing the support of energy, the array held on for a while before completely disintegrating. Immediately after, the white ball above fell vertically to the ground. Zichen grabbed it and the white sphere landed in his hand. He looked at the dissipating array and said indifferently, "Breaking the array is actually that simple. As long as there was no soul, the array would naturally be broken." However, although it sounded simple, it was actually equivalent to suicide. As long as one died, the array would naturally dissipate. However, who would have thought of this method? Even if they had thought of it, who would use it? It's over. Keeping the sphere, Zichen raised his head and looked at the space above his head. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from this space. Zichen's figure soared into the sky from the magma that had sunk earlier. However, there was no more magma here. Not only was there no more magma here, but all the magma in this huge space had also disappeared. Let's go find Wei first. A cold glint flashed across Zichen's eyes as he entered the depths at lightning speed. Soon, he saw the large hall with its doors wide open. Zichen entered in a flash. The large hall was empty. Other than some bloodstains, he could not see anything else. It's Qing Feng's bloodstains. Looking at the bloodstains, Zichen frowned slightly. When he had saved Qing Feng, he had guessed that Black Dragon and Dark Rock would help Qing Feng. The two of them had only come here because of the benefits. Since they were neutral, they naturally wouldn't leave him in the lurch. After checking the surroundings again, Zichen didn't see any other fragments of the shield. He was sure that Wei and the others had already taken the shield and left. Thus, Zichen began to return. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the Slaughtering Heaven cave, he was dumbfounded when he heard the whistling sound of the wind. Chapter 2034. When Zichen, Yang Wei, and the others entered the Tutian cave, there were many people following behind them. Although they couldn't get the opportunity, they didn't leave immediately. Because everyone knew that although Yang Wei temporarily put aside his personal grudges and chose to go in with Zichen, when they came out, only one of them would be able to survive. Almost everyone present was in the Heaven Realm. In a situation where they didn't have the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, they naturally had too much time to squander. Except for some who chose to leave, there were still many experts who chose to stay. They all wanted to be the first to see who would live and who would die. Kunt was one of them. That fragment was really his opportunity. After obtaining the fragment, he went out with Yi Qian to travel. He didn't expect to meet Zichen midway. What was even more unexpected was that in the battle between the two, he actually paid the price of losing the fragment and luckily saved his life. In his heart, he was very regretful. Now that he had been waiting here, naturally, he hoped that Zichen would die in there. Everyone had too much time. Half a month passed quickly, but their patience didn't diminish. I think the one who will die will definitely be Zichen. That's hard to say. What's hard to say? Among the 10 people, there are 4 heaven-defying. Lei Yidong has a grudge against Zichen, and it's said that the 5 elements are the same. Once the 2 sides start fighting, the remaining people will naturally know which side to stand on. When the time comes, 9 against 1, Zichen will definitely die. Those who chatted so unscrupulously and hoped that Zichen would die were, of course, some of the alien races. Some other humans might have different opinions, but at this moment, they couldn't show it. Zichen's fate would determine the future development of the Zhanwu continent. If Zichen came back alive and Yang Wei died in there, then all the heaven-defying cultivators in this world would immediately leave and go to the star path. But if Yang Wei came back and Zichen died in there, not only would these heaven-defying cultivators not leave, but the battle that had already ended would probably break out again. As for the fact that the outsiders were only here because of Zichen, that could only fool the weak. True experts didn't believe that a mere Zichen could attract so many outsiders. In addition to some powerhouses who were really bored, there were many spies of other forces here. They needed to know the result as soon as possible so that they could prepare for the upcoming battle. Among the many chatting voices, there was no doubt that Zichen was dead. The bored crowd began to chat one after another as they guessed at a certain possibility. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded from outside the slaughtering sky cave. There are energy fluctuations inside. Someone is coming out. Hearing this cry of surprise, everyone immediately pulled themselves together and flew forward one by one. Soon after, they occupied various advantageous terrains and looked at the slaughtering heaven cave in front of them. A whistling wind sound appeared as an extremely obscure energy ripple was emitted. Everyone's eyes stared intently at the slaughtering sky cave. They wanted to see just who had come out alive. Soon, a light figure appeared in the slaughtering sky cave. Under the protection of the shield, a few people gradually approached the exit. Looking at the shield that was emitting light, many people's eyes lit up. Someone cried out involuntarily, "Found it." They found the shield. But it seems like there's only half of it. Following the exclamation, the others also looked at the light that was about to reach the exit. There was indeed half a shield there. Although it wasn't complete, it was still much more than the 5 pieces when they entered. Moreover, just a piece of the shield had an extremely strong defensive power. The defense of the half-shield was naturally even stronger. This was already a huge gain. Soon after, everyone looked at the light shield, wanting to see who had obtained the shield. The first thing that entered everyone's mind was the calm Yang Wei. The moment they saw Yang Wei, the crowd burst into an uproar. "Yang Wei, it's Lord Yang Wei. Lord Yang Wei is out. Zichen should be dead. Since he has seen Lord Yang Wei, Zichen is definitely dead." These exclamations came from the foreign races. At this moment, they were extremely excited. In contrast, the group of human cultivators chose to remain silent after seeing Yang Wei. Although Zichen's reputation in the Zhanwu continent wasn't good, he was still an expert of the Zhanwu continent. When Yang Wei came out, Zichen was obviously dead. This made some of the human cultivators who hated Zichen a lot feel a little depressed. "I didn't expect that in just a short month, the result would be revealed. Isn't it? I originally thought that we would have to wait here for at least a few years." The discussions were still ringing in the surroundings. However, there were still some people who were unwilling to accept the outcome. They looked behind them, hoping that Yang Wei had truly let go of the prejudices between both parties. The second to enter everyone's sight was 5 elements from the 5 elements family. Lei Yidong was next, and in Lei Yidong's hand was a person. It was the famous Qing Feng. Lastly, it was Heilong and An Peng. There were a total of 10 people when they entered, but only 6 came out. Apart from Qi Wei, who still had a calm expression, the others all had gloomy expressions. Why didn't Eric and the others come out? Did they die in the battle? Seeing the 6 people who had walked out of the slaughtering heaven cave, everyone was shocked. When the 6 people saw these people, they were also very surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect that there would be so many people here. "What are you all doing here? Are you courting death?" Lei Yidong, who was carrying Qing Feng, swept his gaze across the crowd. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he spoke coldly. This time, he was obviously the most depressed one. He didn't get anything, and Zichen was still completely dead. If he didn't enter the Saint Realm in this life, he probably wouldn't be fated with Zichen's 6-winged heavenly thunder wings. As the violent aura around Lei Yidong surged, the expressions of the people in the distance changed and they immediately retreated. "What? It's already been a month." After hearing the discussions around, Yang Wei frowned. They had only stayed in that space for a few days, but so much time had passed in the outside world. However, thinking about the strangeness of that place, it was normal for the flow of time to be different. Looking at the 6 people who had returned, the discussions around them continued. Obviously, they were very curious about what had happened inside. Yang Wei glanced at the crowd and said with a faint smile, "You should be curious about why Eric and the others didn't come out. They are all dead, including Zichen." Hearing Wei say that Zichen was dead, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. "This time, we have to thank Black Dragon and the others for their help. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to kill Zichen." Immediately after, Yang Wei said again. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many human cultivators present changed. It was one thing for the foreign races to kill each other, but why did they have to kill Zichen, who was also a human? Black Dragon and Anpeng didn't explain. They just smiled bitterly. They hadn't gotten the Saint Crystals yet, so they naturally couldn't go against Yang Wei's will. "This time, not only did we kill Zichen, but we also caught this guy. Black Dragon and Anpeng told me that he was from the Martial War clan. If anyone knows where this clan is, please go to the Martial War clan and tell them that Qing Feng is in our hands. If they want him, go to Blue Feather City." After saying that, Yang Wei walked forward. Lei Dong and the others followed behind. Without a doubt, Black Dragon and Anpeng, who were walking at the back, attracted the most attention. Many foreign races didn't know about the Martial War clan, but some of the Heavenly Realm experts present were very familiar with it. Although this clan had long disappeared, it was a clan with a thunderous reputation. It represented the protectors of the Martial War continent. I didn't expect someone from the Martial War clan to still be alive. Yeah, after disappearing for so many years, everyone thought that this clan was destroyed. I didn't expect Qing Feng to be from the Martial War clan. They killed Zichen and captured Qing Feng. Obviously, Qing Feng helped Zichen in that battle. The 2 of them must have joined forces to kill the 3 heaven-defying realm experts. That's for sure. Even if Zichen was wrong, he's still from the Martial War continent. He's one of us. As a member of the Martial War clan, Qing Feng will naturally protect Zichen. When the Martial War order was issued, none of the forces in the Martial War continent dared to disobey. But now, it's the forces of the Martial War continent that are attacking the Martial War clan. Sigh, everything is different now. Even if the Martial War order reappears, how many forces will obey it? Those Heavenly Realm experts from the other forces of the Martial War continent shook their heads and sighed. Then, they quickly retreated from the crowd. Zichen was dead. Then, the good relationship between the foreign races and the Martial War continent might be broken. Perhaps a war would break out again. Ji Wei left in a hurry. He seemed to be in a hurry, so he released all the news at once. Now, he didn't dare to judge how long it would take for the existence in Slaughtering Heaven Cave to break the seal. But once it did, it would naturally be a disaster for this world. In the eyes of the other party, there was no distinction between the Martial War continent and the foreign races. There was only slaughter. He believed that there would soon be news of the Martial War clan because no family would watch a genius disciple die. You too, I had no choice but to do so. I hope you can forgive me. Walking out of the barrier, Ji Wei looked back at Hei Long and Anpeng and said apologetically. The 2 shook their heads and smiled bitterly again. Now, things are a little urgent. You should follow me to Blue Feather City. After this matter is over, the Saint Crystals will naturally be given to you. They had no choice but to follow Ji Wei back to Blue Feather City. At this moment, because of the Saint Crystals, they had no choice but to stand with Ji Wei. After returning to Blue Feather City and settling the others, Ji Wei returned to his room alone. As soon as he sat down, he said, "Where is Yi Qian now?" "According to Sir's orders, we have been monitoring young lady Yi Qian. She is now in the 3rd continent." A shadow appeared from the darkness. Chapter 2035. It was extremely difficult for a heaven-defying cultivator to enter the Saint Realm. It required a huge opportunity. In the endless starry sky, due to certain reasons, a heaven-defying cultivator would appear on every planet where a continent was located. These heaven-defying cultivators could smoothly enter the heaven realm and become the pinnacle heaven realm expert of their own world. However, it was extremely difficult to successfully enter the saint realm. There was only 1 out of 100 people. If these heaven-defying cultivators wanted to advance further, they would have to step onto the star path to find opportunities. However, there was an opportunity right before their eyes. It was to obtain the favor of Yi Qian. As long as they could obtain Yi Qian, the heaven-defying cultivator would be able to smoothly enter the saint realm. This was an opportunity that every heaven-defying cultivator wished to obtain. Hence, Yi Qian was very popular. She was a fairy in the hearts of almost every heaven realm expert. Heaven-defying cultivators would follow her wherever she went. What if Miss Yi Qian is unwilling to come back? Hearing Qi Wei's words, the black figure asked hesitantly, "Bring her back by force." Qi Wei raised his teacup and drank it in one gulp. His words were cold and decisive. He did not know when that existence would appear. Before that, he had to arrange everything and leave this world immediately. Putting down the teacup, Qi Wei frowned and fell into deep thought. Next, he had to arrange a series of things. Qing Feng's appearance was an accident. However, it was extremely important to Qi Wei. The energy in Qing Feng's body had been sealed by force. There were also people guarding him. Black Dragon and the other 3 who followed Qi Wei back were depressed. They did not obtain anything this time. Now, they had to be suppressed by Qi Wei. No matter how they looked at it, it was not a good deal. No. This matter is not over yet. We have no reason to fight against this world with Qi Wei. Dark Rock's face was filled with displeasure. That's right. When the time comes, he will leave without any attachments. However, our clans will still be here. We will be implicated. Black Dragon nodded. The 2 of them were obviously talking about Qing Feng. Although they did not know what Qi Wei was going to do to the Zhonwu clan, they were undoubtedly being used by him. If it were any other family, offending them wouldn't be a big deal, but the martial war family was too special. The 2 of them couldn't take this risk just because they hadn't obtained enough saint crystals yet. Although the 2 of them had been neutral along the way, they were powerhouses of a large family after all. Their combat strength was much stronger than Quentin, who had comprehended more than 50 laws. Naturally, they had their own opinions. These are 2 different matters, so I'll have to explain them one by one. Everyone, I'm going to take back what belongs to me. Do you all want to come with me? Black Dragon looked at the other 3 and said, a rare cold expression appearing on his face. Actually, when he looked at the 3 of them, he was actually asking Lei Dong and 5 elements. Because An Peng was with him, the 2 of them would advance and retreat together. I'll go. Sure enough, An Peng said resolutely in the next moment, and the aura around him became fierce. Yes, why wouldn't I? The third one to express his opinion was not the impulsive Lei Dong, but 5 elements. He was even a little impatient. This was something that couldn't be helped. He always felt that Zi Chen wasn't dead, so he had to get his hands on Saint Crystals as soon as possible. If Zi Chen appeared, with Saint Crystals, he might be able to fight back. Of course we'll go. Qi Wei owes us this, Lei Dong said coldly. So, the 4 of them made up their minds and walked out of the room to look for Qi Wei. At this moment, Qi Wei was frowning, thinking about how to proceed according to the plan. The 4 of them had come uninvited, which surprised him a little. He immediately asked, "Why are you all here to see me?" The 4 of them looked at each other and Lei Dong coldly snorted, "Qi Wei, stop pretending. This time, you used us to get half a shield. I think you should give us the Saint Crystals you promised us." When Qi Wei heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Since I promised you, I will naturally give you the Saint Crystals. After this matter is over, I will naturally give you the Saint Crystals." Black Dragon shook his head and said, "These are 2 different things. We only want the Saint Crystals you promised us. If you don't have the Saint Crystals, please give us each a fragment." Qi Wei's face changed slightly and he said with some dissatisfaction, "Didn't I say that I would give you the Saint Crystals after I'm done with my business?" A cold smile appeared at the corner of Dark Peng's mouth as he said, "Since you've said so, then we have nothing to say. Earlier, You said that we helped you kill Zi Chen and capture Qing Feng. In order to prove our innocence, I think we need to go out and clarify. They will believe you." Qi Wei looked at the four of them, his expression returning to normal, but no one knew what he was thinking. "As long as we release Qing Feng, I think they will believe us," Dark Peng said. Qi Wei's face changed and he said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" "Of course not, we just want to take back what belongs to us." The two sides confronted each other with tit for tat. Their auras were hidden and the atmosphere in the room became very oppressive. Seeing that they were not backing down, the anger on Qi Wei's face disappeared. He nodded and said, "Fine, I didn't think this through. I can give you the Saint Crystals first, but I have to go out for a while. I'll have to trouble you to stay here. You don't have to do anything, just stay in this city and look after Qing Feng. If we can get the Saint Crystals, I think we will agree to this request," Black Dragon said lightly. Qi Wei flipped his hand and 4 bright Saint Crystals appeared in front of him. These Saint Crystals were the size of a palm and exuded a strong Saint pressure. Seeing the 4 Saint Crystals, the eyes of the 4 immediately lit up. These were Saint Crystals, which were many times more valuable than heaven weapons. They represented a chance to enter the Saint realm. "Here you go." Looking at the excited expressions of the 4, Qi Wei shook his hand and the 4 Saint Crystals flew to them. The 4 took the Saint Crystals and first checked them with their spiritual sense. After confirming that there were no problems, they cupped their fists at Qi Wei and turned to leave the room. "How dare you threaten me? All of you deserve to die." Qi Wei gritted his teeth and looked at the door where the 4 disappeared. His eyes gradually turned cold. After getting the Saint Crystals, the 4 returned to their respective residences. Black Dragon quickly contacted his family. "I can't go back for the next few days. Go back to the family and ask around. See if there's anything in the martial war clan that can attract Qi Wei," Black Dragon ordered. "Yes." A Heaven Realm expert nodded and left the room. The same thing happened in the other 3 places. No one was a fool. Qi Wei didn't kill Qing Feng and deliberately spread the news. Obviously, he wanted to use Qing Feng to get something from the martial war clan. On the same day, a piece of news was sent back to the 4 of them. In Black Dragon's room, the Heaven Realm expert who left earlier came back and said, "The martial war clan has 2 most famous things. One is the martial war token, which can be used to command all forces and rogue cultivators. The other is the Battle King sword, which is said to be a King Saint sword used by the leader of the Martial War Alliance. It has the same effect as the martial war token and can be used to command all forces." "Just these 2. Black Dragon frowned and said, "Is there nothing else special?" Regardless of whether it was the martial battle token or the Battle King sword, Black Dragon knew that the former was just a very ordinary token that represented a great significance. The latter was a true holy sword that represented the symbol of a king. Legend had it that the Battle King sword's grade was on the same level as the Perfect Shield. He believed that the Battle King sword wouldn't be so stupid as to use Qing Feng to exchange for the Battle King sword. Moreover, there were rumors that the Battle King sword was long broken and lost in the Martial War clan. Whether it was still in the Martial War clan was unknown. It can't be because of these 2 things. Is there nothing special? For example, the other fragments of the shield? Black Dragon asked again. It wasn't that he looked down on Qing Feng, but everyone had a price. If he blackmailed Qing Feng, the only thing he could get was a fragment of the shield. Because if the item exceeded its value, no one would exchange it. Heaven Realm shook his head and said, "The Martial War clan has disappeared for many years, and there are very few ancient records regarding this clan. There is almost nothing useful for the other clans." "Oh, right, when we came, the clan leader told me that there is a rumor regarding the martial war token. Perhaps Qi Wei deliberately spread the news because of this rumor." "What rumor?" "It is said that as long as one obtains the martial war token, they will be able to sense the location of the Thunder Divine Palace and enter the Thunder Divine Palace." "What? The legendary Thunder Divine Palace?" "That place is merely a rumor. Whether it exists or not is still unknown. Qi Wei hasn't even become a saint yet. Could it be that he still wants to become a god?" Black Dragon sneered and said. The clan leader said that this rumor might not be credible, but the Thunder Divine Palace truly exists. Truly, truly, as if he has seen it before. Black Dragon curled his lips, still not believing. The Thunder Divine Palace was even more distant than the martial war clan. There were many rumors, but almost no one had seen it before. The clan leader said that although he has never seen it before, there are people who have. Who? People from the 5 Elements aristocratic families, and that dead Chen. What? Chen has seen the Thunder Divine Palace? Black Dragon sat up straight, appearing to be a little shocked. This is news that the clan inadvertently obtained. It is said that the 5 Elements aristocratic families have already classified this news as top secret. According to the news, Chen had once entered the Thunder Divine Palace. Black Dragon stood up in an instant, looked at the Heavenly Realm expert and said, "This news, how credible is it?" 30%. Alright, you can leave first. If there's anything else, I'll look for you. Black Dragon did not wait for the Heavenly Realm experts to leave, and took the lead to leave the room. After that, he headed straight for 5 Elements room. In the corridor, Black Dragon bumped into Dark Peng. The two of them looked at each other, nodded, and then directly pushed open the door to 5 Elements room. At this moment, 5 Elements was frowning. Beside him, a Heavenly Realm expert wearing golden clothes was respectfully saying something. However, after the two of them entered, the Heavenly Realm expert closed his mouth. 5 Elements raised his head, looked at the two of them, and said, "Why have the two of you come? You can leave first." Black Dragon waved his hand towards the person beside him, but the latter looked at 5 Elements with hesitation. "It's nothing. You can leave first. If there's anything else, I'll call for you." The Heavenly Realm expert nodded and left. Of course, he did not forget to close the door. Chapter 2036. Black Dragon immediately spoke without any intention of beating around the bush. Beside him, Dark Rock also didn't show any surprise. Clearly, the two of them were asking the same question. The relationship between the rock race and the dragon race was pretty good. It was normal for the two of them to obtain this information at the same time. Hearing Black Dragon's question, 5 Elements' expression didn't change. However, his heart jumped. This was the highest secret of the 5 Elements family. It was almost never leaked. Stop pretending. Hurry up and tell us. Is this true? Does the Lightning Divine Hall really exist? Can one really become a god after entering? Asked Black Dragon. 5 Elements' expression changed a few times. He seemed to be considering whether or not to tell the two of them. This matter is related to the martial battle family. If you don't tell us clearly, we won't know about Ya Wei's scheme. Could it be that you're really standing on Ya Wei's side? 5 Elements bitterly smiled. Do I have a choice? Black Dragon knew what 5 Elements was worried about. He said, "Of course you do. If you tell us now, we'll be able to guess what Ya Wei wants from the martial battle family. As for Chen, if he's still alive, he definitely won't exterminate your 5 Elements family." 5 Elements shook his head. "I know him better than you. He's an old enemy of the 5 Elements family. If he really appears alive, it'll be a disaster for the 5 Elements family. That might be the case under normal circumstances. However, if Chen really does appear, the alien races will have already started another war. In front of the greater good, I believe Chen will make the right choice." Looking at 5 Elements, who was still shaking his head and smiling bitterly, the Black Dragon said, "The grudge between you and Chen can only be considered as a personal grudge. Furthermore, the responsibility for that matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. Let's talk about this matter later. First, tell me if that Lightning Divine Palace truly exists, and if you have truly seen it before." 5 Elements' expression changed a few more times. He raised his head and said, "Actually, what you want to know is whether Ya Wei's goal is the martial battle token or not." Dark Rock was startled. He asked, could it be that the legend is true? Whether it was the rock race or the dragon race, they were not inferior to the 5 Elements family. However, when it came to understanding of some secrets, they were a bit weaker than the 5 Elements family. That was because the 5 Elements families weren't limited to the Jianwu continent. They had a foundation in the Martial Heaven continent. And the martial heaven continent was the origin of this world. It was an even more mysterious place. I also don't know if the rumors regarding the martial battle badge are true or not, but what I want to say is that the Lightning Divine Hall is not a legend. It does indeed exist. Just a few thousand years ago, it appeared in the Sky Martial continent, but disappeared very quickly. Wu Xing said. Hearing Five Elements' affirmation, the two were a little surprised. Black Dragon asked, it disappeared very quickly. Didn't you think of a way to enter? Zichen should have entered at that time. Why? Did you know each other thousands of years ago? Wu Xing shook his head and said, we did want to go in, but we didn't succeed. At that time, I didn't go, and I didn't know Zichen. Some of the strong people in the family went, but none of them came back alive. After that, the family said that it was just a test. If those words were to be heard by Zichen, the latter would definitely be dumbfounded. Back then, the experts that had attacked the Lightning Divine Palace had died in large batches. The shock that Zichen received back then was undoubtedly extremely great. However, in the eyes of Five Elements, that attack was merely a probe. Zichen did enter the Lightning Divine Hall that time, and then disappeared along with it. But as for why he didn't die, I don't know. Without a doubt, Hei Long and An Peng's faces were filled with shock when they heard this. In truth, when Five Elements had heard this news, he had been even more shocked than the two of them. That was because the two of them didn't know that back then, Zichen had only been in the mortal realm. No wonder he's so powerful. So he's an expert from the Lightning Divine Hall. Black Dragon couldn't help praising. An Peng also repeatedly nodded. Five Elements knew that the two of them had misunderstood. Back then, Zichen had only been in the mortal realm. Right now, he could kill him with a single breath. How could he be an expert? However, even now, they still didn't know what had happened to Zichen in the Lightning Divine Hall. The spies that they had placed in the sect that Zichen had established were also unable to find any useful clues. If the Lightning Divine Hall truly exists, then the legend regarding the martial war badge might be true. And the reason why Zhu Wei had captured Qingfeng might really be for the martial war badge. Black Dragon said. But so what if Zhu Wei has obtained the martial war badge? Could it be that he wants to become a deity without becoming a saint? An Peng couldn't help saying. Five Elements glanced at the two of them, and a hint of ridicule flashed past his eyes. Compared to some of the information, the existence that was known as a hidden power was simply too weak. There has always been a rumor that the invasion of the other races was for the Lightning Divine Hall. However, no one knows what's in the Lightning Divine Hall. Your Five Elements family doesn't know either. Black Dragon asked. I'm not sure. Five Elements shook his head. However, he did not tell the truth. Actually, he knew an even more secret information. It was said that the Lightning Ancestor had successfully returned after entering the Lightning Divine Hall. It was said that he had even obtained something. Boom. A powerful energy suddenly came from outside the door. Bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, and the door instantly exploded. The light barrier that An Peng had put up also distorted a few times before exploding. The three of them turned their heads, and saw Lei Dong standing outside the room. He looked at the three of them and said, I seem to have missed something. Since it was a secret, it naturally couldn't be shared. If it was shared too much, it would no longer be a secret. Thus, when they saw Lei Dong enter, An Peng and Black Dragon walked out as if nothing had happened. As for Five Elements, he pretended to have an innocent expression. The news of the martial war clan's reappearance was like a gust of wind, spreading across the first mainland. To some loose cultivators, this might not be much. However, to those powers, the martial war clan was an extremely important existence. Almost all the ancient teachings of the clans stated that once the martial war order was issued, the entire clan must listen to its orders. Of course, this was under the premise that it was during the invasion of the foreign tribes. At the same time, the news spread that the Peng, Dragon, Lightning, and Five Elements families had joined hands to help the foreign tribes restrain Qingfeng of the martial war clan. When this news spread, it caused an uproar. Knowing that Qingfeng was from the martial war clan, they actually captured him. This was not only challenging the martial war clan's prestige, but also collaborating with the foreign tribes to deal with the martial war clan. Hearing this news, many of the secret powers fell into silence. The Zhonwu clan had not appeared in the world for many years. They did not appear in the last great war between the foreign races either. This had quite a big impact on them. Furthermore, the various hidden factions had been developing quite well in recent years. Now that such a clan had suddenly appeared, and perhaps it would lead them, these clans were quite conflicted. Of course, conflict was conflict. The rules were still there, and there were still some old antiques alive. This matter was very troublesome. The martial war clan was in an independent space that was forcibly opened up. This space was very stable, and also very mysterious. On a certain mountain peak stood an old man. He wore a long white robe and had white hair and a youthful complexion. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was the old man that Qing Feng had mentioned. Beside the old man stood a middle-aged man with the back of a tiger and waist of a bear. The middle-aged man stood there, naturally exuding a dignified aura. He was like an iron-blooded general, serious in speech and manner. Looking at the undulating mountain range, the old man sighed and said, "Qing Feng, that brat, has really messed up this time." "Zi Chen is really dead," said the middle-aged man in a deep voice. "He is a person without fate. For the time being, we can't calculate whether he is dead or alive. However, seeing how that foreign tribe brat acted so arrogantly, I'm afraid that things are not looking good for him. If Zi Chen is dead, then the Great War will break out once again. Those foreign tribes deserve to die." The middle-aged man exuded a bloody aura. Even if Zi Chen isn't dead, the Great War will break out sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. But I have to say, that little brat Zi Chen is really something. To think that he could use his own strength to temporarily change the entire situation. In the history of the martial war continent, this is an extremely rare occurrence. The old man's wise eyes were filled with obvious admiration. Why did those foreign tribes capture Qing Feng? What else can they do? Isn't it because they want our martial war order? Those brats have always been used as tools, but they never stop. The old man's words pointed out Qi Wei's thoughts. The martial war order. That thing is useless now. Those families are all grown up now. There's no way they will listen to our orders. We might as well give it away in exchange for Qing Feng's life. The middle-aged man said casually. That's easy for you to say. That thing is just like the Battle King's sword. It's a symbol of the martial war clan. How can we give it away just like that? Where is the face of the clan then? The old man was dissatisfied. What about the Battle King's sword? Didn't we lose it in the end? The middle-aged man curled his lips. The old man was stunned. He did not know what to say. He could only wave his hand and say, "Forget it. That brat's life and death situation has been resolved. This is just a trial. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better at the critical moment. Let's just wait a little longer. If there's really no other way, we'll use the martial war order to exchange for him." That's good too. No matter how much the outside world was buzzing with the news, no one from the martial war clan appeared again. Qi Wei had more important things to do now. Therefore, he did not continue to make any threats. But all of this was just a matter of time. Now, all the cities were open to the foreign races. The foreign races and human cultivators could live in harmony. Therefore, the transportation formations of both sides were interconnected. Qi Wei arranged for the people to forcefully cross the continent through the transportation formations to find Yi Qian. In a beautiful valley, these people found Yi Qian. Yi Qian was wearing a green robe. She was half-squatting by a small stream. Her jade-like feet were stepping in the stream. The exposed part of her body emitted a mesmerizing luster. Her slender jade-like hands were dipping into the clear water, gently moving it, creating ripples. On her straight face, her bright and spirited eyes stared straight ahead as a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Not to mention Yi Qian's uniqueness, just her appearance and unique temperament were enough to attract many cultivators. Chapter 2037. Yi Wei asked me to go back. Hearing the Heaven Realm expert's words, Yi Qian was a little stunned. She turned her head to look at him and said, "Where's Zi Chen?" Being stared at by Yi Qian's gem-like eyes, the Heaven Realm expert showed a rare restraint. After a while, he said, "Zi Qian is dead." Dead? Yi Qian's red lips parted slightly. She couldn't help but think of the scene when Zi Qian insisted on entering Blue Feather City. That lonely but determined back. "Yes, Zi Qian is dead. Miss Yi Qian, you should come back with us," the Heaven Realm expert said again. However, he didn't dare to raise his head to look at Yi Qian. He knew why Wei asked Yi Qian to go back. "What if I say no?" Yi Qian looked at him. "Then I'll offend you." The Heaven Realm expert bowed, and the aura around him began to surge. At the same time, figures of the Heaven Realm experts appeared around the valley. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the valley. "I understand." Seeing these Heaven Realm experts, Yi Qian understood Wei's intention. He wanted to force her to make a choice. In Yi Qian's mind, she still felt that Zi Qian wouldn't die so easily. "Sorry, I haven't decided yet." As she spoke, Yi Qian stepped on the clear water and retreated. At the same time, she waved her jade-like hand at the water below, and a large wave was stirred up. The moment the wave appeared, Yi Qian waved her jade-like hand again. The wave was forcibly separated, turning into droplets of water that flew in all directions. The droplets moved forward, bringing with them a sharp whistling sound. This made the Heaven Realm experts' expressions change drastically, and they all put up their defenses. Puff, 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 puff. In the blink of an eye, the droplets fell on the Heaven Realm experts. The powerful force pushed them back, but the defense around them didn't break. After the droplets of water dispersed, the Heaven Realm experts came back and saw that the valley was already empty. The Heaven Realm expert leading the group looked at the rippling water and smiled bitterly. "Should we chase after them?" Another Heaven Realm expert came to his side and said. Shaking his head, the Heaven Realm expert said, "Miss Yi Qian wants to leave. With our strength, how can we catch up to her?" This time, Yang Wei had arranged for them to come, but he hadn't arranged for a single heaven-defying cultivator. It wasn't realistic to expect them to forcefully bring Yi Qian back. The move that Yi Qian had displayed just now was able to force everyone back without breaking through their defenses. Just her control of energy was already much stronger than theirs. The world they lived in was not a complete world. There were not so many miracles in the world. In front of them, a heaven-defying cultivator was a heaven-defying cultivator. There was a huge gap between their combat strength and that of an ordinary Heaven Realm cultivator. "If we don't chase, what if Sir blames us?" The Heaven Realm expert behind him was very worried. "My lord has his own judgment. All of this is just to give Miss Yi Qian a choice. Choose. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Yi Qian's figure walked out of a certain space. This place was already several thousand miles away from the valley. As expected of Yi Qian, this spatial evasion technique is truly admirable. However, as soon as Yi Qian walked out, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a gentle voice rang out from nearby. Yi Qian was slightly startled. She looked ahead and saw Yang Wei standing on a huge rock with a smile on his face. "It's you." Looking at Yang Wei, Yi Qian's expression was somewhat complicated. There was fear in the depths of her eyes. "I thought that after hearing the news of my return, you would choose to go back with them." Yang Wei looked at Yi Qian and said. His expression was indifferent. From his eyes, one couldn't see that he was stunned by Yi Qian's appearance. "But you chose to leave. I'm really disappointed." "Zi Qian is really dead," Yi Qian said, looking at Yang Wei. "He can't be more dead. If he was your choice and support, then I'm sorry, but that's all gone," Yang Wei said indifferently. Recalling that young man in her mind, Yi Qian shook her head and said, "I don't believe that he would die so easily. Don't you think it's boring to discuss this now? The most important thing is that I'm alive. I'm standing here. I meet your criteria of waiting for a good offer," Yang Wei said calmly. Just like the first time when Yi Qian chatted with Zi Qian, to him, this was a deal. Yi Qian shook her head. There was a touch of sadness in her beautiful eyes. "But I don't want to make a choice now." Yang Wei looked at Yi Qian and said seriously, "But you have to make a choice." "Why?" "Zi Qian is dead. You have no support. You have no opponent to choose from. Now, there is no one more suitable for you than me. You and I have entered the Saint Plane at the same time. Of course, you can say to wait, but that's not important. The most important thing is that I'm standing here, and you can't beat me. Yang Wei looked at Yi Qian quietly. Obviously, the last sentence was the main point. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong were the rules, the reason, and the dignity. Yi Qian was silent. Although her combat ability wasn't weak, she was still a little weaker than Yang Wei. Just as Yang Wei said, she couldn't beat him. Yang Wei's words had made his attitude clear. Don't hesitate. You have to choose someone sooner or later. Right now, I'm your best choice. Choosing me is also in line with the standard of benefits. Why do I have to choose? Why do I have to choose for benefits? Yi Qian looked at Yang Wei with a pitiful expression. Yang Wei smiled faintly. Maybe others have other choices, but you don't. Those who come into contact with you, which one of them didn't want to obtain this opportunity? Whether it's those heaven-defying cultivators or those heaven-defying cultivators, everyone comes into contact with you for this opportunity. You know this better than me. Yi Qian's heart was filled with grief because Yang Wei was right. Ever since they knew she had this opportunity, the people around her were all in the heaven realm. And when they looked at her, their gazes were not pure adoration. Instead, it was as if they were looking at a gem. It was greed. Suddenly, a figure jumped into her mind. It was the person who told her for the first time that she couldn't use this opportunity to make a deal. Yi Qian's eyes lit up. She said, "This world isn't like what you think. Not everyone thinks like you. It's meaningless for us to argue about this now. If you still don't want to give up, I can give you more time. Right now, I have to go back and make a deal with the warrior clan to get the warrior token. My time is limited, so I can't stay here with you. However, I can promise you that before the deal is completed, I will give you your freedom. But after the deal is completed, you must cooperate with me to become a saint." Yang Wei smiled faintly. "Of course, if you still have something you want, then after we're done, you can leave on your own to pursue what you want. After all, it's just a deal between us." "Yes, it's just a deal." Yi Qian sighed faintly. Her expression was filled with unspeakable pity. From the beginning to the end, it was just a deal, but she had to pursue something else. Yi Qian was silent and didn't say anything else. "Let's go." After saying that, Yang Wei's figure disappeared. "I still don't believe that you will die. It's rare to meet such a strange person like you. How could you die so easily? Instead of giving it to him, I'd rather give it to a strange person like you. The prerequisite is that you have to stay alive. You have to hurry back." Yi Qian muttered softly. Her figure flashed and disappeared. 2 drops of tears fell from where Yi Qian disappeared, smashing into the ground. Yang Wei returned to Blue Feather City. First, he went to visit Qing Feng. Then, he found Hei Long and the others to discuss some matters. After that, he returned to his room. Yi Qian had her own residence. Yang Wei didn't disturb her. In his opinion, Yi Qian had no other choice but to follow him. On the same day, a new piece of news spread. Yi Qian and Yang Wei were going to get married in Blue Feather City 7 days later. On the day of the wedding, they would use Qing Feng's head as a blood sacrifice. Once the news spread, it caused a huge uproar. The forces of the Zhanwu continent were in an uproar because of Qing Feng's identity. If they really killed Qing Feng, they would become enemies with the Zhanwu clan. Of course, these 7 days were also the final warning to the Zhanwu clan. As for the foreign races, they were in an uproar because of Yi Qian's identity. This meant that Yang Wei was about to obtain this opportunity and break through the holy road. In an instant, many foreign races and heaven-defying cultivators felt empty. It was as if they had lost a treasure. Qing Feng's strength was sealed. He was hung on the walls of Blue Feather City. Around him, Yang Wei's heaven-defying cultivators from the continent guarded him day and night. Yi Qian walked out of Blue Feather City. She was still free. Although Yang Wei was stronger than her, he didn't dare to restrict Yi Qian's freedom. This was because if Yi Qian said that she was unwilling, Yang Wei would have to face all the heaven-defying cultivators. This was also why Yang Wei didn't force Yi Qian. Walking out of the city gates, Yi Qian looked up at Qing Feng and called out, "Qing Feng." Qing Feng slowly woke up. His hair was messy and there were bloodstains on his face. He lowered his head and saw Yi Qian. He recognized Yi Qian, so he grinned at her. It could be considered a smile. "Is Yi Qian really dead?" Yi Qian looked at Qing Feng. Her beautiful face was filled with nervousness and anticipation. Pursing his dry lips, Qing Feng said, "I saw Yi Qian fall into the lava." Yang Wei and the others all said that Yi Qian was dead, but no one saw his body. He Long predicted that Yi Qian might not be dead. But even if Yi Qian isn't dead, he probably won't be able to walk out of the slaughtering heaven cave. Unless Yi Qian becomes a saint. Qing Feng meant that there was still hope, but his words made people despair. No one could easily become a saint, let alone Yi Qian, who wasn't even at the peak of the heaven plane. Her heart was filled with hope and despair. She just nodded at Qing Feng and said, "Thank you for telling me, but I can't save you. My life force is very strong. Don't worry, I won't die. Moreover, there will be old guys coming to save me. You don't have to worry. But I heard about your matter. Sorry, I can't help you." Qing Feng, who was hanging on a pole, said apologetically, "Perhaps this is my fate. I was destined to be like this since I was born. Yang Wei is also good. At least I'll be the strongest." After saying that, Yi Qian turned around and entered the city. She seemed to have lost her soul. Seeing Yi Qian leave, Qing Feng also fell silent. He couldn't stop Yi Qian and tell her to pursue what she wanted. This was life, and also fate. Not everyone could fight against fate. Everyone had their own helplessness and choices. Chapter 2038. Over the past few days, Qi Wei had been busy planning something. Moreover, he had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. During this period, he had a serious conversation with Black Dragon, and Black Dragon had told him his guess that Yi Qian might still be alive. Qi Wei knew how powerful the array was, and also knew how terrifying the sealed existence was. With Yi Qian's strength, he wouldn't even last a breath before that existence. However, considering that a long time had passed, and considering the possibility of something that didn't exist but still had to be guarded against, he felt that he had to make some preparations in advance. At the same time, he had more important matters and missions that needed to be completed in a short period of time. Therefore, Qi Wei had no choice but to do it personally. At the same time, he had also gathered many heaven-defying experts to observe the ceremony in Blue Feather City. Qi Wei wasn't afraid of these heaven-defying experts if they fought alone. However, if they were allowed to form a group, they would naturally pose a threat to Qi Wei. Yi Qian's identity was too special, and Qi Wei had to consider the possibility of some people causing trouble. Therefore, he didn't restrict Yi Qian's freedom and allowed her to make her own decisions. He knew that Yi Qian had no other choice. Sooner or later, she would have to give her opportunity to someone. Since she was going to give it to someone, why not give it to the strongest expert? This was in line with Yi Qian's standard of waiting for the best price. After settling some matters, Qi Wei quickly returned to Blue Feather City. At this moment, Blue Feather City was already decorated with lanterns and banners, and was filled with a joyous atmosphere. However, the only thing that didn't fit in with the atmosphere of the city was the green peak that hung above Blue Feather City. At one end of the slaughtering heaven cave, Yi Qian took out the universe origin cauldron. He believed that no matter how strong the black wind was, it wouldn't be able to destroy the universe origin cauldron. Under the control of his spiritual sense, Yi Qian placed the universe origin cauldron inside. However, Yi Qian soon helplessly discovered that the cauldron seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. It couldn't move even a single step. Although the black wind couldn't destroy the cauldron, it couldn't shake it either. It could be said that after entering the slaughtering heaven cave, the universe origin cauldron could only save his life at a critical moment, but it couldn't help him leave. What should I do? After retrieving the pill cauldron with some difficulty, Yi Qian furrowed his brows and stood there fretting. Although he possessed great battle prowess, he was unable to pass through such a black hole. Am I going to be trapped here until I die? Yi Qian was very depressed. He thought to himself, Could it be that the ancestors who set up the array formation didn't consider such a situation? How were they supposed to let the people who entered the slaughtering heaven cave return? As for becoming a sage, even if he obtained the heart of the heavenly god, becoming a sage was still an extremely distant matter. In the array formation, the scabbard had helped him a lot. However, in this place, the scabbard did not have any reaction. Frowning, Zichen suddenly thought of a problem. Since the scabbard didn't respond, then what about the sphere? Since it was the core that sealed the heart of the god, perhaps it could help him leave this place. Thinking of this possibility, Zichen immediately took out the white sphere. It was made of a material that Zichen did not recognize. His spiritual sense could not fully explore it, so it could not recognize him as its master. He held the sphere in his hand and slowly poured the energy in his body into it. In the next moment, the sphere trembled, and a ray of light fell from it. As the light fell, Zichen was completely protected. Maybe it really works. Seeing this light, Zichen couldn't help but feel happy. In order to be cautious, he first used his doppelganger to hold the sphere and walked forward, preparing to test the power of the black hurricane. Soon, the hurricane appeared and filled every place. There was no way to avoid it. However, under the hurricane that could easily annihilate a heavenly soldier, the white sphere and the light barrier did not have any reaction. They did not even tremble. They seemed to be very sturdy. After perceiving all this through his doppelganger, Zichen couldn't help but be ecstatic. This way, he could also get out. In addition to his ecstasy, Zichen also had doubts in his heart. It was said that only a shield could pass through this place. However, what was this white sphere made of? Its effect was actually comparable to a shield. Moreover, the light it formed was much more stable than the light formed by the 5 fragments from before. There was no answer to this question at the moment. Wei and the others had already left, and it was unknown whether Qing Feng was dead or alive. He had to go out and take a look. The doppelganger walked back, and Zichen took the sphere and walked into the slaughtering heaven cave. At the other end of the slaughtering heaven cave, which was the entrance, there were no other figures of cultivators. Since Wei had already admitted that Zichen was dead, there was naturally no one who would continue to stay here and wait for a miracle that did not exist. After walking out of the slaughtering heaven cave, Zichen walked back. However, after taking a few steps, Zichen raised his head in shock and looked at the smiling old man in front of him. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wei and Yi Qian were getting married in Blue Feather City. All the heaven-defying experts of the foreign races were invited to come and congratulate them. Among the human factions, there were also many extremely powerful existences who came. For example, the Dragon Clan and Rock Clan's clan leaders, the 5 great clan leaders of the 5 Elements aristocratic family, the sect master of the Wuji sect, the clan leader of the Luo family, and so on. However, although everyone came to congratulate them on the surface, in their hearts, they were all waiting for something to happen. For example, if a certain heaven-defying expert was unhappy and led the other heaven-defying experts to attack Wei and disrupt the wedding. That was because everyone knew what kind of impact Wei and Yi Qian's wedding would have. Apart from that, Qing Feng was also part of today's main event. If no one else from the martial war clan came, Qing Feng would be beheaded before the wedding began. Wei wore a large red robe and arrived at the city wall early in the morning. He sat there boldly and looked ahead. Qing Feng, do you think that someone will come and save you today? From Wei's angle, he couldn't see Qing Feng, but he knew that Qing Feng could hear him. Everyone says that you want the martial war token. If that's your goal, I think you've miscalculated. They won't come. The martial war token is the symbol of the martial war clan and the symbol of the entire martial war continent. How could they give it to a foreign race like you? Qing Feng, who was hung by a special iron chain, sneered after hearing Wei's words. The martial war token is just a memory now. With so many factions, who would still obey the martial war clan? I don't agree with your point of view. I believe that the martial war clan will definitely send someone. Wei smiled faintly and regained his original confidence. Your expression right now must be very hateful and annoying. If Zichen was here and saw your annoying expression, He would definitely beat you to death. Qing Feng couldn't see Ye Wei's expression, but he could guess that Ye Wei wouldn't be so calm in front of Zi Chen. Speaking of Zi Chen, Ye Wei's expression turned slightly gloomy, but it quickly disappeared. He smiled again and said, Zi Chen is already dead. Your assumption doesn't exist. Many people came to the top of the city wall, and the conversation came to an end. Amidst the exclamations, Yi Qian, who was also wearing a red robe, appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Her appearance was already extremely beautiful, and with her red makeup, she was even more stunning. Everywhere she went, she attracted the gazes of everyone. Even some of the older generation figures present were slightly absent-minded. Not to mention Yi Qian's uniqueness, just her beautiful appearance alone was enough to make most people fall head over heels for her. Ye Wei looked at Yi Qian, who was leisurely walking over, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He smiled and stood up, then walked towards Yi Qian. Under the envious gazes of everyone, he stretched out his arm. Yi Qian's jade-like hand was placed on Ye Wei's arm, and the two of them walked forward side by side, enjoying the attention of everyone. You came really quickly. Sensing the sun that had already reached the top of his head, Ye Wei smiled faintly. It was impossible to tell whether his words were praise or sarcasm. Killing people is nothing to see, Yi Qian replied without batting an eyelid. I know that you are stalling for time, and still want to fight for one last chance. But I want to tell you that miracles will not happen. Ye Wei's smile did not fade. Of course, the wedding was not here. At this moment, Yi Qian had come to the city wall mainly for the upcoming blood sacrifice. Of course, that was on the premise that no one from the martial war clan would come. Yi Qian was stalling again and again. No one knew whether she was waiting for the people who saved Qing Feng, or waiting for some other miracle. Arriving at the top of the city wall, Yi Qian bent down, looked at Qing Feng, and called out softly. Qing Feng raised his head and saw Yi Qian. Seeing the worry in her eyes, he smiled and said, You are very beautiful today. Don't worry about me. Life and death are all up to fate. When I left the mountain this time, that old man had already calculated that I would most likely die. I have already prepared myself for it. At this moment, a lot of people had gathered outside the city. Most of them were humans, and they were all curiously looking at Qing Feng from the martial war clan. Qing Feng retracted his gaze from Yi Qian and looked at the crowd below. He shouted, Remember, I am Lord Qing Feng. This time, I left the mountain to make a name for myself. There was a roar of laughter from below, as well as some sighs of pity. Don't laugh. Even if I die today, at least I'll have a glorious life. That Shoji is known as the strongest of the invaders, but so what? I'm not afraid of him. I still dare to wave my blade at him. Remember, my name is Qing Feng. I was born to fight against the invaders to the death, Lord Qing Feng. Qing Feng's voice grew louder and louder, drowning out all the laughter. As Qing Feng's words fell, the crowd below fell into silence. Invaders, alien race. These two words were undoubtedly harsh to the ears. As humans of the martial war continent, they could only watch as the invaders killed their own kind. It made them feel sad. Even those of the older generation felt their cheeks heat up at this moment. They were invited as spectators to watch the ceremony. For a moment, because of Qing Feng's words, the mood of the humans of the martial war continent became slightly gloomy. Raising his head to look at the sun in the west, Ye Wei said faintly, All right, let's start the blood sacrifice. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time. A Heaven Realm expert's figure flashed as he arrived beside Qing Feng with a blade in hand. He raised the heaven blade high up in the air. Chapter 2039. Stop. Just as the heavenly blade was about to descend, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. That voice contained a strange energy fluctuation that directly shook the souls of the crowd. After hearing these two words, many cultivators subconsciously covered their ears, and a pained expression appeared on their faces. As for the heavenly realm expert who was about to attack, his body swayed. The heavenly blade in his hand nearly slipped out of his hand. His face was filled with fear as he turned his head to look into the distance. What a strange sound wave attack. A look of surprise flashed through Qi Wei's eyes. He raised his head to look ahead. Beside him, Yi Qian also raised her head to look ahead. At the same time, everyone on the city walls looked ahead. As for those outside the city, they all turned their heads to look back. Everyone's gazes were all looking in the same direction. There, two people appeared. One of them was an old man wearing a moon-white robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. As he walked, he gave off the feeling of an immortal. Beside the old man was a middle-aged man. He wore a blood-red robe. His expression was cold and stern. As he walked, the aura he emitted gave off the smell of iron and blood. Before they arrived, there seemed to be a thick smell of blood wafting through the air. Sensing this aura, the expressions of many experts changed. It was as if they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in the thick smell of blood. Old man, second uncle. Seeing the two people in his line of sight, Qing Feng's expression was not one of joy. Instead, it was one of guilt. It was obvious that he had messed up the first time he left the mountain. Now, he needed the two of them to come and save him. Qing Feng knew what price the two of them would have to pay to save him from the hands of so many heaven-defying experts. His expression became even more complicated and guilty. In truth, he really did not wish for others to come and save him. Even Zi Chen, who could save this world, was dead. What was the point of him living? It must be said that the people of the martial war clan were very straightforward. As for Qing Feng, he was too simple and straightforward. The two people walking forward attracted enough attention. Wherever they passed, the crowd would naturally open a path for them. They were either curious or surprised as they looked at the two of them. Looking at these two people with completely different styles, a confident smile appeared on Yang Wei's face. At this moment, the clan leaders of the local forces were also looking at the old man and the middle-aged man, wondering if there was any information about these two people. Unfortunately, there was none. These two people were like Qing Feng, unfamiliar faces with no clues at all. I say, young man, if you want to get married, then just get married. Why do you have to carry out a blood sacrifice? Don't you find it troublesome? The old man with the horsetail whisk was the first to speak. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Old Mister should be from the martial war clan, right? As for whether this matter is troublesome or not, it all depends on old Mister. Yang Wei stood on the city wall and cupped his fist at the old man below. The old man looked at Yang Wei's expression, shook his head and said, "You little kid, you can't wait for this old thing to die immediately, but on the surface, you are so polite. Tell me, should I praise you for being hypocritical or dishonest? Old Mister, you can praise me however you like. Today is a joyous day." Yang Wei smiled and didn't care. This kind of indifference was because he was confident. In this world, he was the number one. No one could surpass him. "You little kid, you are really dishonest. Didn't you want to see this old man? I'm already here. Quickly put down Qing Feng." The old man said. "Old Mister, you are indeed here. But if you want to put down Qing Feng, I can't." Yang Wei looked at the two people and smiled. "Why not?" the old man asked. The middle-aged man next to him was emitting an even thicker blood qi. "Because Qing Feng wants to kill me. Now, if you want to save him, you have to pay a price. My request is not high, just take out the martial war badge. You said that you, a foreign race, want to have the characteristics of the Zhonwu continent. If this requirement is not high, then this old man would like to ask, what kind of requirement is high?" The old man's eyes had a hint of ridicule. Yang Wei obviously didn't want to continue playing games with the old man. He said directly, "Take out the martial war badge and I will let him go. If you don't have it, I will sacrifice Qing Feng." "Little kid, you are very confident. Do you really think that you are invincible?" The old man raised his head and looked at Yang Wei on the city wall. "My understanding of this world is not less than yours. Those saints are very busy. They don't have time to care about this kind of small matter. In this world, there are no half-step saints. As a peak heavenly realm expert, I naturally have some confidence." Looking at the two people, Yang Wei smiled faintly and said, "It's fine if the two of you didn't come. Since you are here today, if you don't hand over the martial war badge, the two of you can forget about leaving. One of you is a blood sacrifice, 3 of you are also a blood sacrifice. The middle-aged man who hadn't spoken until now coldly snorted after hearing Yang Wei's words. He said, "You are very confident." "Of course, I am confident. I have absolute power, so I am also confident." As soon as Qi Wei's voice fell, several figures of light appeared around them. Each of them was a heavenly realm expert. They appeared around the two of them and stood in the air. When the people who were originally watching saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. They all retreated, obviously not wanting to be involved. In the blink of an eye, the originally crowded city gate dispersed. Only the old man, the middle-aged man, and the alien heavenly realm experts with heavenly weapons remained. The two people were surrounded by a group of heavenly realm experts, but they didn't show any fear on their faces. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Wei and said in a cold voice, "If you don't release them today, you will pay the price." The smile on Yang Wei's face didn't fade. He said, "Perhaps these heavenly realm experts can't kill you, but there are many heaven-defying cultivators here. No matter how strong the two of you are no match for them." His gaze swept across the heaven-defying cultivators. Yang Wei said, "Everyone, this matter is of great importance. It is not a personal grudge. I think that at this time, you should know what to do." Yang Wei's words caused the expressions of the heaven-defying cultivators to change. Today, because of Yi Qian and Yang Wei's wedding, they were very unhappy. But no matter how unhappy they were, when faced with the problem of the martial war clan, they had to maintain the same attitude. After a slight hesitation, some heaven-defying cultivators jumped down from the city wall, stopped beside the two, and surrounded them. With the heaven-defying cultivators taking action, the ordinary heavenly realm experts also retreated. Looking at these heaven-defying cultivators, the middle-aged man's lips curled up slightly. His expression changed. Feeling the fierce killing intent around him, the old man's expression became unnatural. In the entire martial war continent, there was only one person who could remain calm when surrounded by heaven-defying cultivators. It was Yi Qian, whose fate was unknown. The martial war clan was surrounded, but the forces of the martial war continent just watched quietly. They didn't take action at all, nor did they have any intention of helping. "What should we do?" In a relatively remote position, Dark Rock looked at Black Dragon. "What can the two of us do in this situation?" Black Dragon smiled bitterly. Even if he wanted to help, he was powerless. The old man who surrounded them retracted his gaze from the leaders of the forces above and sighed. "It seems that the hearts of the people are really scattered." "They scattered long ago," the middle-aged man said coldly. Suddenly, a black token appeared in the old man's hand. It looked like a piece of black gemstone, emitting a faint light. The old man held the black token in his hand and raised it high up in the air. On the token, the two words "War Marshal" were engraved in flamboyant calligraphy. This was the Martial War Token. It was the Martial War Token that could command all forces of the Martial War continent. Following the appearance of the War Marshal badge, a faint oppressive aura was emitted from it. "That's the Martial War Token." "That's right, it's the Martial War Token." Heavens, I didn't expect the Martial War Token to appear. Isn't the Martial War Token able to command heroes? Now that the Martial War Token has appeared, should we kneel down? An uproar sounded from all around. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on the Black Order token in the old man's hand. This was the legendary Martial War Token, the Martial War Token that could command the entire world. However, it was only a symbol after all. It had no other effect. When the leaders of the forces saw the Martial War Token, they were slightly startled. Then, they regained their calmness and remained indifferent. As for kneeling down upon seeing the token, it was impossible for them to do so. "Do you believe me now? This thing is just a piece of trash." Looking at those forces that regained their calmness after being startled, a trace of ridicule appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Putting down the token, the old man sighed, "This thing is indeed useless. Forget it, if you want it, I'll give it to you." Suppressing his excitement, Wai Wei cupped his fists towards the old man and said, "Thank you, old mister. Everyone, kill them all and take the token." Hearing Wai Wei's words, Everyone was startled. Shouldn't Qing Feng be released after handing over the martial war token? In the Zhonwu continent, the Zhonwu clan is a problem. It's the same for us as it is for you. Today, I'll help you. Kill these 3 first and then destroy the Zhonwu clan. Looking at those startled leaders, Wai Wei said, could it be that you're really going to follow the martial war family and attack us? The leaders of the forces were silent. It was not an easy question to answer. After all, there were many forces that were allied with Wai Wei. Little kid, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such courage. The old man looked at Wai Wei. It was unknown whether his face was filled with admiration or anger. It's just so. However, I'm afraid that old Mister won't be able to go back this time. Wai Wei smiled and said, don't think that you'll be able to find allies here. They're all my allies now. Not attacking you is already giving you face. Then my face is not small. The old man sneered. Kill all 3 of them. Attack. Wai Wei's voice became cold. Let's see who dares to attack.